Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi, greetings. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Let's see what we can accomplish today. Well, I shouldn't use the word accomplish. Never come in here hoping to accomplish anything, but let's be glass half full, shall we? Rob Anthony's here, too.
What's up, man?
Don't sleep on that guy. We got a Cavs game tonight.
Sure do.
Woo! Be exciting.
What's the name of that Irish bar we're stopping at?
Flannery's.
First? Just wanted to make sure that was still in your plans.
I've already had a few people come up to me this morning and go, "Hey, when are you guys going over there?"
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, we're going over after the show. You're welcome to walk over."
Oh, no.
I know Duji's going to the casino. She's going to meet us at the Romo Fijo from the casino. I guess she wants to lose a bunch of money before she goes to the Cavs game. So
She said she was up from the last time, so I think she's going to let it ride. What it sounded like to me, at least.
yeah, okay. I have yet to go to the casino, which at this point seems silly. I mean, I when they first opened up many, many years ago, of course, I was receiving all kinds of media invites and, hey, we'd love for you to see the casino. And I politely declined at the time. I just wasn't able to do it. And then so much time passed, and I've never stepped foot in there. And I'm like, no, I kind of want to maintain my unbroken streak now. You know, I mean, with respect, if you've been in a casino, you've been in every casino.
Yeah.
So I've never been inside is it the Jack Casino now?
It is the Jack.
I guess it has been for a while. It was the Horseshoe Casino downtown, I think, when it first opened, and it's literally blocks away from us, and I've never been in there. And so maybe one of these days I'll go in, but that's where she's going before the game. We'll be at Flannery's, taking a couple of shots to the head before we have to go over there. That's for Rob's benefit, by the way. I'm happy to do whiskey shots anytime the opportunity arises, but it is to kind of get him in just kind of a New York state of mind, right? It's just kind of...
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, get you in the frame of mind. You know, it's not even like we're being asked to do anything at the game. It's not like there's this big thing we've got to do. I mean...
That's worse. I can go out and do that puck drop thing in front of 15,000 people and have no problem. It's that, like, hey, let's make small talk stuff
I
that
see.
I'm just
it's
not
the small
good at.
talk.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not good at that.
Okay. I love small talk. The smaller, the better. I like minuscule talk. You know, you hear that a lot. People are like, I'm just not good at small talk. And most people who say that, like, okay, I take you at your word, but a lot of people don't ever... It's just like anything else. It's a muscle that you have to work, and you have to learn how to make small talk with people. It's really not that hard. A lot of people use it as an opportunity to just completely avoid other people, which, trust me, in my heart, I understand. But I love small talk. I love it. Because if you're talking to people who aren't great at it, you're driving the bus. You're determining where the conversation goes. You're driving the whole thing.
But think about it from my perspective, right? You're driving the bus, right? You can steer that conversation. But if the conversation never takes place in the first place, you don't have to talk at all. See how much easier it is from my shoes?
That's no fun.
Yeah.
I like to learn things about people. Every conversation I have with somebody, I learn a little something about them. Even if it's something stupid, maybe something mundane, I've learned something new about that person. And I'm more and more, I feel compelled to try and understand people. And so who knows what happens. Again, these aren't strangers. These are people we work with. This is our annual staff Cavs game tonight. And Rob's going at my request. Certainly not because he wanted to go, but also because he checks two boxes. You know what I mean? He's been the program director here at WMMS for a while, but now he's the co-host of this program. And in my mind, I'm like, well, people might have questions for you. What's Alan really like? I've been here 15 years. Nobody asks those questions anymore.
Everything you hear on the radio is just who he is.
There you go. Yes. Is he as much of a prick off the air? He absolutely
really
is.
Yeah.
He is. Thank you so much for asking.
He truly is.
He really is. And so, listen, the Cavs win last night. That's
Big.
good news. Big.
Big win.
It's the fourth time they've beaten the Heat in Miami in 15 years. They don't win a lot there. Hello? I'm on the radio.
I was like, is that Pink Floyd?
And they
I was like, why is that playing?
like to rest my bones beside the fire. What a picture they paint, boy. That Pink Floyd. I'm not sure if people are hip to this band. We've played them a couple of times here on WMMS. But this band called Pink Floyd. I'm not sure which one is pink. But, boy, they're good. And I don't think they put out any new music anymore. And I just assume that's laziness on their part, because they could certainly be out there doing something new. But, yeah, every once in a while I'll hear one of these Pink Floyd songs, and I'll go, man, that's pretty good.
I listen to Pink Floyd a lot. One of my favorites.
One of my son's favorite bands. So when that Wish You Were Here came through last time, or Brit Floyd, or one of those tribute bands, he and I went, and it was a fantastic time.
Yeah, it was
so good.
Something came up. I was supposed to go to that, man.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to that show.
It was me and my son and our boy Jesse Schultz. It was fantastic. And because you're not going to see the real band performing anymore, and some people try to hedge their, they try to kind of cheat it a little bit and go see Roger Waters, but then you get these diatribes about Hamas and things like that. So I guess you take the bad with the good. But, yeah, you don't see those bands anymore, and so you're left with, I guess, reasonable facsimiles of it. This was what we saw when we were at Nautica. It was so good, really good.
All in our dista, I know they break the wall. All in our dista, I know they break the wall.
Imagine you've got such a global presence and you've been around for so long that there are people. That's got to be quite gratifying if you're a band with a long and storied body of work, and you just have people everywhere from every culture trying to replicate your art. That's an amazing thing. There's nobody on the radio anywhere else in the world trying to replicate this.
How do you know?
There's nobody else doing that.
There might be.
Yeah. Some guy sitting behind a microphone trying to sound as smug as he can possibly sound and doing it in Farsi. Hey, I'd like to hear that, but you're right. You don't really know. But anyway, Cavs were shorthanded last night, but they beat the Heat. The Heat are not a great team right now, but you never know what can happen. They only had 10 players in uniform last night, and it was only the fourth time in 15 years that they have won down there in Miami. So that's big news for them. And tonight we'll watch them play the Atlanta Hawks. Of course, that game will be here on WMMS if you're not there in our presence. That Hawks-Cavs game is tonight at 7 o'clock. On MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. I'm going to take a break. I've got more money for you. These keywords come pretty fast and pretty furiously, so listen for them about 30 past every hour. The keywords have $1,000 attached to them. I've gotten messages from a handful of people this week who have won from this program alone, so plenty of chances for you to do that. So the Buzzard Bookie coming up at 2:30. If you want to text me for anything, 35192. If you want to talk to us on the phone, you can do that. That is 216-986-8903. No, but what is that? That's the after-hours line. Yes. There's so many goddamn phone numbers out here. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Already off to a great start. I can feel it. I'm going to kill it today.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device. the other side of the world that you'll never ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Fortune, fame, mirror vein, gone insane, but the memory remains.
Marianne Faithfull died. She's the one who sings. She plays the old lady, the subject of this song. Metallica's Memory Remains, right? The whole song is about this fading actress. And Marianne Faithfull, after a lifetime of smoking, she just had this gravelly voice. It was it was very strange in that it still kind of had a velvety quality to it. But Marianne Faithfull was 78 years old. She kind of got famous early on. She was a teenager and started dating Mick Jagger. They gave, Mick and Keith gave Marianne Faithfull the first song that they ever wrote, and she recorded it and got a hit out of it. But she was with Mick for a while. I was putting her with the Velvet Underground, but I must be thinking of someone else. Marianne Faithfull is most closely associated with the Rolling Stones. And she was Mick Jagger's muse for a while, right? She was the inspiration for Wild Horses. He wrote You Can't Always Get What You Want when he was dating her. I assume he was referring to the age of consent. And, you know, she was a big heroin addict in the 70s, but then again, most people in rock and roll were. And she went on to do her own things, but she was collaborating with a lot of people. Very highly regarded for a long, long time. And she always had some health problems, like she was a bulimic, and then she survived breast cancer. And then, like I said, she was a lifelong smoker, so she got emphysema. She got COVID in the early days of COVID, and they were like, she's never going to pull through, but she did. And then put out an album about a year later. But she died this morning in London with her family around, and probably just everything got... Here's Marianne Faithfull. You have to think that when they were envisioning this song and they wanted a voice, I would imagine that Marianne Faithfull's voice was probably the one that they heard in their head. Well, you get the gist. There's Marianne Faithfull, who is no longer with us.
Yeah, she had that book in the early 2000s, too, where she talked about all the crazy stuff that went on with the Stones and things like that.
All of it. It was a huge book,
yeah.
I think. Yeah. I forget what that was called, but yeah, she lived a life, man.
Faithful was the first one.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Then Memories, Dreams, and Reflections was the second. But I think the big one was that one in the 90s.
She kind of had like a new wave band in the late 70s. She was just somebody who was always around. She was a muse to a lot of rock and roll stars and, you know, blah, blah, blah. After Mick Jagger dumped her, that's when she really got into heroin. She was homeless for a little while, but, you know, and she would collaborate with PJ Harvey and Nick Cave. Yeah, so anyway, Marianne Faithfull, 78 years old, which in a weird way doesn't sound old to me. And I don't mean because I'm 53. You know, a lot of times I've gotten so used to recently, you'll see celebrities dying and they're like 88, 91. We're living longer than ever. And this is a woman who had a whole lot of things going against her and still lived to 78. But she died this morning. Alan, I don't know what I ate yesterday that made my gastrointestinal system revolt against my existence, but at 1 a.m., I'm on the toilet singing, I got a bad case of diarrhea, so thanks for the unnecessary earworm.
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
It's 1 a.m., you're on the
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
That is just a clip, by the way, I've had for 25, 30 years. It is literally a clip from an instructional video to learn English phrases if you speak Japanese. And for whatever reason, it's like pull this off a VHS tape 100 years ago. And for whatever reason, the guy's like, if you have a sick stomach, I have a bad case of diarrhea. And then these girls sing it. I don't know why.
Easier to memorize.
I guess so. It's an unnecessary earworm, according to
I
this
have a
person.
bad case of diarrhea.
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I also like the qualifier bad. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I don't know that any case is good. I mean, you know.
Kind of enjoyed that one,
I've got
actually.
a bad case of diarrhea. Maybe that implies a multi-day event.
Or just a lot. Like all that, you know, like you think you're done.
A
I've
lot
done all
all
the
at
crap and
once.
I'm going to do. You get up. Nope. Time to sit back down.
Yeah.
Bad case.
Okay. Well, we might have that come 1 a.m. this morning after Flannery's in the Cavs game. We'll see what happens.
Uh-huh. Not me.
Okay. Tia says Broken English with Marianne Faithfull is a banger of an album. Tia's 314 on the blacklist. Broken English with Marianne Faithfull. All right. Well, I like some of that 80s new wave stuff, too. I mean, I was a huge Blondie fan and loved the Talking Heads, Television. I like those bands. Broken English. I'm thinking of Bad English with John Waite and
Yeah.
and what's his name? The Journey guys, I guess. $1979. So it's kind of poetry set to music, really, rather than.
This song could use some Yoko.
It's true. It couldn't.
Perfect with her delivery, wouldn't it?
It's so. Oh, boy.
The
It's
AC
so
remix
stupid. It is
featuring Yoko Ono.
So stupid. Yes, indeed. You know, we were talking yesterday about. What were we talking about with the. Oh, God. It was something yesterday near the top of the show. We were talking about.
Buttholes.
No, it's going to drive me nuts now. But it made me think of the tiger urine thing.
Oh.
We were talking. Oh, Lunar New Year.
Yeah.
We were talking. Yesterday was Lunar New Year, and it made me. You sent me a thing about a zoo that's selling tiger urine. And these are things that we used to laugh at from other countries. We go, ha ha ha, these silly people. Now it's all one big grift over here. There's like people selling this kind of stuff and going, oh yeah, do you have trouble with arthritis? Just drink some tiger urine. And is it called tiger piss? Is that we had cow piss a couple of weeks ago, and people thought we were saying cow piss.
Tiger piss.
Tiger piss. Yeah, there's some wildlife zoo is selling 250-gram bottles of medicinal tiger urine.
They say you can drink it or apply it directly to the skin.
Oh, really? So as a topical, or you can ingest it?
Yeah, yeah. It
Oh,
says
man.
if you mix it with white wine, apply it to affected areas with ginger slices, that can take away the pain of rheumatoid arthritis, sprains, and muscle pain.
Wow. You know, RA is largely genetic. My grandmother has it. Had it. My mother has it. And imagine. Although I think in that circumstance, the white wine is doing probably most of the heavy lifting, right? You probably feel good after a couple of glasses of Riesling. Rheumatoid arthritis, sprains, and muscle pain. Drinking this tiger urine.
It's only $7. Kind of want to order some.
Let me put this on the list for the labia roller coaster, because if it's that inexpensive, again, I don't want our signature drink to be a dare, but these little variables that we find along the way are fascinating to me, and so who knows what'll work. Can you imagine if we created a drink that inadvertently cured our customers of their sprains and muscle pain.
So amazing.
We could be selling it off the back of a truck, like snake oil.
Sell the recipe to the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
We'd be billionaires.
All right, gin, autocrat coffee milk, ginger slices, tiger urine with a Pop Rocks rim.
Yep. Done.
Man, we got something going here.
I love how the warning of taking it, right? Like, you know, you get that laundry list of things. This just says, anyone who buys it, stop using it if you have an allergic reaction. The end.
Right.
I love the stuff that gets rolled in from China. They're like, yeah, well, just, I don't know, stop taking it.
That's why they make pharmaceutical commercials here so exciting. You're so thrown off by the visuals, you're not paying attention to what they're saying underneath.
The 12 minutes
Side effects, yeah, side effects may include death.
They always save that for last.
They
go
really
through
do.
all the things. Might cause an irritable stomach. Might laundry list and death.
And death. Suicidal ideation and death, which are really shades of difference, you know. So, yeah, tiger urine collected from the basins after the tigers produce it. Imagine you're the first guy to think of that. He goes, listen, I don't want this to go to waste. This is liquid gold, baby, right here.
Tried it with the elephants, but it's way too heavy.
Yeah. Consult your pharmacist. Of course, they'll tell you that it has absolutely no basis in reality. But, you know, the zoo, they're like, hey, we control the means of production. Well, the tigers do, but then we control the means of distribution. Yeah, if you have an allergic reaction, imagine there's only one way to find out that you are allergic to tiger urine. And that's to drink it. Sir, do you have any allergies? Strawberries and tiger urine. How do you know? Well, I was hanging out on the banks of the Yangtze River for business, and there was a tiger right there, and he was moaning in what I thought was some kind of pain, but it just turned out he had a full bladder. And so I got down under there and
took it from the tap.
I'll tell you what, my rheumatoid arthritis cleared up. Stop using it if you have an allergic reaction.
I got it for free, and they're charging $7 over at the zoo for this stuff.
Suckers. Well, it's worth looking into. I got money here for you. Think of how much tiger piss that's going to buy you. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This is the first of 4 that you'll get from me this afternoon, so make it count, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I think it's unfair that you ask Rob if he wants to hear more Brian, but you don't give anyone the time to answer.
No!
Listen, I assume that when I ask, would you like to hear some more Brian, the answer is always a resounding yes.
No, God,
not,
please, no!
What, if not here in the room, then, you know.
It's also very rhetorical when you ask that
Of course it is. It's not accidental that I don't leave any room in there. Hey, want to hear some more? Good.
Yeah.
All right.
No!
Listen, he calls a lot, and trust me, 90% of it is unusable. But it's that other 5%, I think I got the math on that right, that's just, it's quality tiger urine right there. It's now this one's easy. This one you'll know, but I just love the song so much.
Your heart keeps saying that it's just not fair, but still you gotta make up your mind. Are you gonna stay with the one who loves you? But are you going back to the one you love?
We all know that one, right?
He actually nailed that one.
Yeah, he really did, kind of.
That was sort of, that wasn't his own remix version. That was very close to
yeah.
the OG.
It's just not fair, but still you gotta make up your mind. Are you gonna stay with the one who loves you? But are you going back to the one you love?
What a great song. You don't hear it that often, I don't think. Is something the Lake plays? Lake ever
No.
play Magic? Glenn Frey?
I don't know. Magic might play it.
Oh, what a great song.
If they don't, they should. Brian's dipping his toe into the 80s now.
He is. Yeah. He settles into a lot of 70s classic rock, and then he'll throw in, there's country in there sometimes, and Speaking of the Rolling Stones, the great Ernie Watts was the guy who did the sax, that kind of riff there in this song. And he toured the Stones back in the day. I wonder if he got all up in Marianne Faithfull at any point.
Sounds like they all did.
Oh, you get that sweaty sax in there. Holy cow. And that was right out of the chute, man. Glenn Frey leaves the Eagles, puts out his first solo album, has a massive hit with that song. That's how you know. There's a lot of people who want to go solo, and they go, I'm better with the other guys. There's an alchemy and a magic there that makes it work. But Glenn Frey, Don Henley, those guys.
That was the two.
Wow. They, not unprecedented, but I mean, out of the gate, those guys. So Ernie Watts does that. Jim Horn, could there be a better name for a saxophonist? Jim Horn does that sax solo at the end of that song. He was a member of the Wrecking Crew. But that first Glenn Frey record, it was called, wait for the pun, No Fun Allowed, ALOUD. And it was, Glenn Frey wanted to spread his wings. He was acting in things. He was in Miami Vice back in the day.
Yeah, Smuggler's Blues time.
Smuggler's
like
Blues.
86, right? Right around there?
Yep. He was in Jerry Maguire. I think he was the agent.
Was he really?
Yeah. He showed up in all kinds of things. And he was real good when you'd see him, too. I like Glenn Frey a lot. You know, we've talked about musician or celebrity deaths that hit you kind of hard. And for me, like, Chris Cornell gutted me. And people along the way, Lane Staley. But Glenn Frey, don't sleep on Glenn Frey. This is a guy who was just, whether or not you liked the Eagles, you might have a Lebowski vibe about you and you hate the friggin' Eagles. But Glenn Frey from Detroit, Michigan was just fantastic. He kind of came up with Bob Seger. And, but then moved out west and hooked up with Don Henley. And Glenn Frey will be dead 10 years next year.
Already?
Already.
Oh, my God.
He died January 18th, 2016.
Jesus.
Yeah. He had, he was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Apparently nobody passed him any tiger urine to try to mitigate the, but, and so he was on some medication that was creating all kinds of problems for him. And then he got pneumonia and they had to put him in a medically induced coma and he died during that. So he had all kinds of things at the end. I think his wife sued the hospital. He was a subject of a wrongful death lawsuit and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Glenn Frey was just fantastic. He was 67 when he died. Alan, I hate Green Day the way Rob hates Jimmy Buffett.
Boy, that must be tough because Green Day's everywhere.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett, you don't hear a lot of anymore.
Right.
Green Day's everywhere.
Yeah. Alan, that song is a certified yacht rock banger. I don't think of that as a yacht rock song. And that's what's so interesting about that genre, if people are into it or pay attention, is that there's so many kind of shades of difference to it, you know? It's like how the Supreme Court defined pornography back in the day. You know it when you see it.
Yeah.
That's what I think of yacht rock. I wouldn't think of that song as being, but you're probably right. Maybe the sweaty sax is all it takes.
I think that's what they're thinking, right? Because the tempo of the song surely doesn't suggest it's yacht rock. But
no.
But it definitely, once the sax comes in, it kind of does have that vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. And he had it in a lot of those songs. He had it in You Belong to the City.
Yep.
Right? At the very beginning. Yeah. Oh, man. How about that? This was on the Miami Vice soundtrack. And he wrote these songs for Miami Vice, and then they ended up becoming huge hits on their own. But when I was a kid and heavily into Sonny Crockett, that Miami Vice soundtrack was fantastic. All the Glenn Frey stuff, Phil Collins, all the Jan Hammer instrumentals. And it was a song that spoke to me. I do belong to the city, right? That's how I grew up. Glenn Frey was speaking to me, this guy. Why don't you give me this one, Brian, next time you're doing something.
Saying that it's just not fair, but still you gotta make up your mind. Are you gonna stay with the one who loves you? But are you going back to the one you love?
He kind of hit the notes, didn't he?
That may be the most coherent one he's done.
You think so?
I think so. At least since I've been here.
We can't start grading him on coherence. That's going to ruin the whole bit.
True. Did Smuggler's Blues have any horn in it? I don't think so, right?
No, it had a lot of guitar.
And synthesizer.
Yeah, it was very much of the time, you know. Yeah. You could tell he and Seeger were collaborating on some things, right? When Seeger did Shakedown for Beverly Hills Cop.
This was a great song.
Fantastic. And, by the way, if you were looking to get into the drug smuggling business, it was very useful.
Gives you
There's
a lot of
good tips in here, yes. Put the suitcase in your hand. Here's a little bit of money. Do it just the way we planned. You come up with your own plan.
If all else fails, use a prison wallet.
Right. If you got the foreskin, you can hide some stuff in there.
And, or if you got a big bush, just put it in the hair.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to get a cell phone in there, but you can try it if you work it.
Just be careful on the plane if you decide you're going to jerk it.
Smuggler's Balls was the follow-up to this song.
Glenn Fry's rolling in his grave right now.
Yeah.
These two idiots.
Whatever. Come on. Lots of dirty deals. And everybody's sticking stuff from their meals up in the... I don't know. Lure of easy money. It's got a very strong appeal. Yeah.
Such a good tune, man.
So good.
I'll never hear it the same way, but...
Prison Wallet.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, anyway. R.I.P. Glenn Frey. R.I.P. Marianne Faithfull. We're good to the very end. I got to take a break here. I want to go see Jet. Let's see them do that. The guys in Jet, they're on the road. They're bringing Band of Skulls to Cleveland. That's another great band, too. And so Jet and Band of Skulls come to perform for you. I think they're doing the House of Blues, so I'll have those tickets for you. Yeah, June 13th is when that's going to go down. So we'll do that coming back. 35192. Want to text me for anything else, do it there.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
In women's college hoops, a bunch of ranked teams are in action tonight, including number 5 Texas taking on Mizzou at 9 p.m. Eastern, and 3 games between top 25 opponents. Number 7 LSU hosting number 13 Oklahoma, and number 12 hosting number 22 Alabama. Both those games at 7 Eastern. Then number 19 Cal hosting number 15 UNC at 10 p.m. Eastern. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Furnace not keeping up?
Hey, it's Duji here, and my daughter and I both have busy schedules, so eating Chipotle every week is convenient, healthy, and it tastes so good. Well, it's a new year. We're still very busy, and now Chipotle is offering lifestyle bowls, which is an even better fit for reaching our goals. Both of us have been trying to eat a little bit more protein, which means their high-protein bowl is the perfect fit for both of us. We know the importance of eating high-protein foods, so this is our go-to lifestyle bowl. Chipotle Lifestyle Bowls, available only in the Chipotle app or chipotle.com.
Feels new, fresh. I like it.
I love my presets.
Presets are the best.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
It's just like my car radio on my phone.
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
The Home Depot's new supply house is built for one job, to deliver yours. No cart, all flatbed. And more than a store, our supply house comes to you. Get the whole job delivered as soon as next day from the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
It's a new year full of new deals at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon. Browse the widest selection of new Chevys, all priced to move. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on select vehicles. That's right, up to $10,000 off your new Chevy. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon to find the New Year's deal you've been waiting for. Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon, the #1 name for Chevy. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 28th.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit
Cleveland.
His name is Alan and he's giving stuff away.
We're going to go see Jet. The Australian trio are back on the road and coming to Cleveland, bringing Band of Skulls with them. It's a good lineup. Might be a third band, don't know. It's Friday, June 13th, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the info on that show and everything else that's coming over there. Tickets too. You'll get my pair right now. 2 for Jet and Band of Skulls, June 13th. It's a Friday night. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Your Cavaliers do pretty well in Miami last night. It's only the 4th time they've won in Miami in 15 years against the Heat. So they pull it off last night, 126-106. Jimmy Butler out for Miami, and the Cavs were pretty shorthanded too, but they proved their mettle last night on the shores of Biscayne Bay. Atlanta Hawks are in town tonight, so we will be over there tonight. Maybe we'll run into you. Hawks Cavs tonight, 7 o'clock is pregame coverage. Sorry, 7 o'clock is the tip-off. Pregame coverage and shots at Flannery's are at 6:30.
Ding.
On your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, it's so good.
And the iHeartRadio app. Cavs will stick around for a couple of days. They'll play the Mavericks on Sunday. Then they'll play the Celtics on Tuesday. That's your team. Yeah, Boston Celtics?
That's my home team.
Yeah, home team.
Yeah, I have a hard time when they play each other. I don't know. That was the first Cavs game I went to was a Celtics game.
Who won? Cavs probably, yeah?
Cavs did
Or is that the
win.
one that, yeah, okay.
No, Cavs won, and I just sat there quiet the whole time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because I didn't want to, obviously, I'm not going to root for the Celtics. When
Well,
I'm
but
there.
that's the only time, I mean, when the Bulls are in town, that's the only time I root against the Cavaliers.
I was brand new. I felt like
I
they
know,
shouldn't
but-
see me rooting against the team that's on the radio station. Let's go, Celtics! That new guy sucks.
Yeah. Aren't you guys the FM flagship? Yes, we are. That's why we get such amazing tickets from the Cavaliers. So, yeah. Anyway, that'll be tonight. Atlanta Hawks are in town. I couldn't even tell you who plays for the Atlanta Hawks. Dominique Wilkins?
I don't think, I think he might have retired last season.
Oh, last season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Who are the main guys on the Atlanta Hawks? Trey Young, Jalen Johnson, Clint Capella. Okay.
Trey Young is a very
Is that that's
big
the
name.
well-known
Yeah.
guy, right?
Yep.
Larry Nance Jr., didn't he play for the Cavs? He's with the Atlanta Hawks now. He's a pride of Akron, Ohio. Larry Nance Jr., currently playing for the Hawks. So maybe he'll get to kind of glad hand with some former teammates tonight there at the Romo Fijo. And remember that you have today and tomorrow, if you're going to get yourself some gear from CLE Clothing Company, you're going to want to use the promo code Garland. We have different promo codes for you month to month that get you 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. And then when February hits on Saturday, you're going to want to use the promo code ARCADE. 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 That's not to insult anyone. I just feel sometimes compelled to spell it out so that people understand.
You know Trey Young, I think, too, by the way. He's
the
dude-
drummer for Green Day.
Nope. That's Trey Cool.
Oh.
This is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Young, as soon as you Google him, you're going to remember he's the dude that was like 20 years old and looked like he was 90 because of his hair.
Oh, well, and he also looks emaciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like they got him off the street and scrubbed him up.
The kid is a phenomenal ball player. But, yeah, he has like, I think he had transplants now. But, I mean, like the most thin,
really?
ridiculous-looking hair. Oh, it was so
suck.
good. Yeah, it was rough.
So he got drafted by the Mavericks and then dealt to the Hawks. So he's been with them that's the only team he's played for so far, I guess. But he's an NBA All-Star.
Yeah, he's a great ball player.
Yeah, all right. His father played professional basketball in Europe. It was a big deal at Texas Tech and then played professionally in Europe. That's got to make you feel good if your kid is out there, right? And you're like, hey, listen, I couldn't hack it in the States, but he's out there and killing it. So, Hawks, Cavs tonight. I was reading a thing that says that fighting, physical altercations, they've done this study on chemicals in men's brains. One of these studies on aggression and how aggression, there are a lot of people who don't like the fact that society and civilization have required us to tamp down a lot of our animal instincts. There's some people who think that we should be pillaging and all that kind of stuff at any given opportunity. But they were doing this study. They said that fighting basically makes guys want to fight more, so that there's a domino effect because it's a dopamine hit. And so, they tested this on mice. The most difficult part, they said, was fitting the mice with the tiny little boxing gloves. It was real hard to figure that out. Because they'd fight because they don't know what's going on. They're trying to pull their paw away. Humans will compete over territory and mates, and increased confidence in their fighting skill just amps that up. I don't know why this is a big revelation, but I'm always fascinated by these things. They said that males that have extensive fighting experience doesn't really change much for them. They don't get that dopamine hit. Have you ever been in a fight? This is probably a stupid question because you probably have, but like as a younger man, were you ever in a fight?
Yes.
Okay. Did you win? Were you in a lot of fights? Were you one of those guys?
No, not a lot. I mean, a handful. I got my ass kicked a couple of times. I had a couple of W's.
Okay.
If you want to call them that. I don't know. Most of them were just like drunken, stupid fights.
Oh, drunken fights.
Yeah, why else am I fighting?
I don't know. I didn't start drinking until I was 26.
Yeah, no.
And all three of my fights happened before then.
Yeah, the majority of the things that I got into were, one was with a friend. You just ended up going after each other for something. One was over an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
And, those, it was just, I don't know.
Wait, you and another guy were fighting. Were you Eskimo brothers? Inuit brothers?
No. Yeah, well, I guess, yeah. In the end, we were, yeah. It ended up bubbling over into something and, turned into a physical altercation. Happens.
So you and another guy were both laying claim to this woman.
No. It was more of her and I remained friends, and he didn't like that and had something to say, and I don't do well with, the
you don't like
stuff.
you don't like the smart lip.
I don't like that.
Give me some lip.
No, listen, you got her. I don't.
I also don't understand.
We broke up. We're good. You do your thing.
Don't understand this compulsion to stay friends with exes. I don't get that. I understand why guys do it. They're looking for a little crack in the door. I don't understand in general why people do this.
Because this one is the only one that we remained close and friends.
Okay.
We dated for a couple of years, and I think it was just that
years.
Yeah, it was just that pivotal point in our lives where we couldn't be together, but we were still really close and wanted to remain that way.
Yeah.
So there was no, at this point, there's no like a physical attraction at all. I mean, it's just more just, hey, how you doing? How's things?
Are you still friends with this person?
Yeah. Yep.
And your wife is like, I don't care that you were inside of her a long time ago.
Well, now that you've said it that way, she might. No, I mean, listen.
I'm sure she's a grown woman. She's put 2 and 2 together. And,
of course, but
yes,
she also
she's put 6 and 9 together and done the math.
She also realizes that. I mean, look at me. Where am I going to go? Right? I mean,
where am I going to go? I don't know that that's the way to frame the look at me. Where am I going to go? That's got to make her feel good.
No, I'm saying that's why she's looking at me saying, where the hell's he going to go?
Where are you going to go?
Yeah, like, what are you going to do? Look at you. You're old, you're fat. Where are you going to go?
Alan, if Rob lost a good amount of weight, he'd look like a guy who fights.
I'm never going to live that one down. No, if you lost some weight, like a good amount of weight.
Like a good amount of weight. You know what? One of these days, you are going to do that, and then you're going to be in Giant Eagle, and somebody's going to go, you know what? If you gained a good amount of weight, you'd look like this guy named Rob Anthony, who's on the Alan Cox Show. See, when I ever told you? So you're just going to go the other way. You're going to go from looking like, did they ever tell you look like Kevin Stefanski? They're going to go, man, I'll tell you what, if you had a little 20 extra LBs on you, you would look like this guy Rob Anthony over at WMMS.
Maybe I'll drop the 25
and you'll
pounds.
go, I don't know what you're talking about. Get the hell out of my face.
Maybe I'll drop the 25 pounds and start working kids' birthday parties as Kevin Stefanski.
There you go.
There's a business right there.
Yep.
Alan.
So the dads can scream at you in between making balloon
What
animals.
were you doing on fourth down?
No, I got into a handful of fights when I was young. I'm 3-0 in my fights. But some people just love to fight, boy. They love to fight.
What were yours over?
Girls.
Okay.
One was in high school. I was a junior. My brother was a sophomore. And there was a girl who liked him. But I guess her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend was still around or something. So it was like after a football game, and we were walking, and we had gotten word that this dude was around, and he had a friend with him. And so we were kind of walking, and these dudes kind of jumped us. By that time, I'd been wrestling for a couple of years, so I had some moves. You know, wrestling moves aren't always going to help you like in a fight, but it's better than nothing. And the first time you ever get punched in the face, that's kind of it's the old Mike Tyson line, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And I didn't realize these guys were a couple years older than us, and I was just defending my brother. And so we're like out on like the quad of our high school fighting, and off in the distance we see, this is a Catholic high school, off in the distance we see one of the priests coming. And the two dudes, we were kind of getting over on them, and the two dudes split. And my brother and I said, don't go anywhere. And we stood there because in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, Father Lipinski is really going to appreciate the fact that we stood here and explained what happened. Nope, we all got in trouble, all detention, all in trouble. I'm like, we should have run. We should have just booked it. Because it was dark. I'm like, he wouldn't have known it was us if we hadn't stood here like dopes.
When was the last time you went into like that mindset of, oh my God, I think I'm going to have to fight somebody right now?
College? Towards the end of college.
You haven't had one since then?
No.
Wow.
No. I've had plenty of people over the course of my career like step to me in public who got a problem with me. But usually they have a friend that's with them, and it's like, no, I'm not going to.
Because there's that switch that goes when you're like, okay, it's real. I'm going to have to fight now. And it may not happen, but your body and your brain is like, okay, here we go. I had it happen over the summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This past summer?
Yeah, guy followed me home in traffic.
Oh, like a road rage thing?
Yeah, and it was for nothing. I was driving my daughter's car, and I was behind a bus, and I couldn't see the stoplight. The light changed, so I stayed behind the bus. This guy pulls up. Now, mind you, it's my daughter's car, right? Has a pink Ron John sticker on it and flowers around the license plate, right?
Yeah.
So this hard.
He thought you were easy prey.
No, so he gets all, kind of dickish and whatever. So I just keep going. I waved him. I said, sorry, waved my hand out the window. He follows me, and I'm like, okay, here we go. I pull into the driveway. He flies up behind me. And
into your driveway.
Never came into my driveway.
Oh.
So he was clearly smart enough to know not to come onto anybody's property. And he gets out of the car, and he's like, what the F? And I said, did you not see me wave and say I'm sorry? I couldn't see through the bus, dude. And he goes, don't get loud with me. I'm over here trying to de-escalate the situation.
I'm trying to de-escalate by following you home.
I'm like, you follow me to my house. You're in my driveway.
Yeah.
And he goes, you know what? You're right. I had a bad day. It's hot. I'm pissed off. I'll see you later. My name is Steve. And I was like, all right, see ya. And he got his car and he left.
Steve, yeah.
But when he got out of the car, I was like, oh, crap, this guy's way bigger than I thought he was. And
yeah, but you didn't flip him off. I mean,
no, I literally
that,
just waved out the like, sorry. So I don't know if that made him mad. What else was I supposed to do?
I also don't think people understand what de-escalation means.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to de-escalate things.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're standing in my driveway yelling at me, homeboy. You're wearing a wife beater. Stop.
Right.
Yeah, and then he just left. But my brain at that moment, I was like, well, and the funny part was my wife and kids were like in the dining room and saw the whole thing. They're like, oh my God, we thought you were going to have to fight.
No, my senior year in college, I was downtown Chicago. There was one movie theater that was not in the only downtown movie theater at the time. It's long closed. But at the time, the only downtown movie theater that was not in a good part of town. But it was the theater that would show like the horror movies and the sci-fi joints and all that kind of stuff. So my girlfriend at the time and I were going. And we were kind of on this poorly lit stretch of one of these streets downtown. And we're walking and we're talking and whatever. And I'm pretty big on situational awareness. So as we're walking by this alley in my periphery, I see a guy step out of this alley as we're passing by. And I squeeze her hand and I say, run. And she takes off. And later on, I was like, you didn't even fight me at all on that, right? Normally, you'd be like, what? I'm going to stay here. It wasn't that at all. She did exactly what I said. I run. And this guy comes out and kind of comes up behind me, and then it was going to be on, and it was relatively short-lived because there was a bit of a scrum, and then I split too, but it was wild. Wild. And she was already like a couple of blocks ahead of me. I'm like, last thing I need is for this guy to try to drag her into an alley, and I'm standing there with my thumb up my ass. I mean, it wasn't going to be like that anyway, but it was pretty wild. But as like an adult, as a grown man, there are so many opportunities to de-escalate things that I don't understand people who, because it goes beyond a dopamine hit there. That might be what it is to your brain, but I think that there aren't people who are fighting because they need the dopamine hit. I don't know.
No, and that was, like I said, that was the first time in probably 20 years that I thought, well, this is it. I'm either going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to have to hit this guy.
Stand my ground.
That's it.
And people are texting me. They're all asking me, you don't consider Vanilla Ice a fight. I don't. Because he took a swing. We both took a swing. I was the only one who connected. And then it was over. His people grabbed him. I got off stage. So, no, I don't consider that. To me, a fight is like there's some back and forth.
It goes on for longer.
It goes on for a little bit. Rob cannot lose a good amount of weight because then his wife will think he's got somewhere to go.
True.
Yeah, you know how people for some reason, people get all upset if their significant other starts to get into shape? Rather than being supportive, there's so many instances you hear about where they get suspicious.
Yeah.
It's like, why? They want to...
I mean, a lot of people do that.
Well, no, of course, some people do. But if that's the only thing, there's no other problems. They go, I'm gonna start watch what I eat and that kind of thing.
Who is she?
They just want to get, or who is he?
Right.
Yeah, they just want to. It never occurs to some people that they want to look better for you. Right? I'm trying to keep people interested by not getting all doughy. Hey, Sam.
Hi.
Hi, Sam. I was expecting a guy, not a Samantha. Hi.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's all right. No, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Okay. I have a story about the one time in my adult life that I did get into a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is well over 15 years at this point. I was 22 at the time. And I don't know if you remember Fox and Hound in Mayfield Heights. I used to work there. I was a waitress and a bartender. Yeah. So back in the day, that was one of my spots. And we had this guy who apparently just had a mad crush on me, but I had a boyfriend, legitimately. And him and his buddy would come in, he'd hit on me. I'd be like, dude, I'm sorry, I got a boyfriend. Bye. And then he'd get so wasted that he would allegedly forget the whole conversation, come back and do it again.
Yeah.
Right? So there was one day, it was a Saturday, so I'm busy. I'm running my butt off. There's 1,000 people in there because it's a Saturday night. And this guy comes up, and he's drunk already. It's 9 p.m., and he's drunk it's the end of the night. And he starts following me around while I'm trying to take care of people and whatnot. And I kept trying to tell him, man, let me do my job. Get out of my face. This went on for a while.
And there were no male bartenders that were running interference for you or anything?
No, and it wasn't their fault. They were just as busy as I was. And
Okay.
I was in that back room back there.
Yep.
Funny enough, though, I had a
She
handful
working a
of my
NASCAR
cousins
race?
there.
She's calling us from the Indianapolis
I'm like,
500.
what the hell's
Robs.
going on in the background there, Sam?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It sounds like there's a lot of traffic. We thought you were calling us from the Indianapolis 500. That's all.
Oh, no.
All right, go ahead.
So, of course, my cousins offered to sort of take care of business for me, and I was like, nah, he's just a drunk ass, butthead. Don't worry about it, And so they're watching, and finally, like, I scream in this guy's face, like, some not so nice things that I won't repeat on the radio. And I tell him to get the F out of my face. And I turn around and to leave. And as I turn around, he calls me a whore and grabs my left arm.
Right.
To try to make me turn around and face him. Unfortunately, a few years later, I would find out that I was an Orthodox boxer. And I reflexively just landed my fist right in his face. And as soon as he let go of my arm, I just, like, reflexively, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, like...
Nice.
Punched the crap out of him.
Nice.
I had the advantage of this guy wasn't a whole lot taller than me, and he was wasted. I don't know how this would have turned out if he were sober and normal.
But also, thank you, Sam. I'm glad it worked out. Also, people should never underestimate how hard female bartenders are working, right? They're getting drinks, they're doing stuff,
Absolutely.
and then they're, like, fighting guys off in an unofficial capacity. And all right, good. You live to tell the tale, Sam.
Yeah, so did he, thankfully. So.
Right. All right, thank you, Sam. There's Sam out in Lorraine, not in the Indianapolis 500. There was... Maybe she pulled over just so she could safely call us. And a lot of traffic out there. I got to take a break here. If you can hang on, I will get to you on the way back. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. I will also come back with incarceration passes for you. Middle of July, 18, 19, 20. It's going to go on out of the Ohio State Reformatory. Love incarceration. Tattoo and Music Festival. And then I will have more money for you. 3:30. That's that next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
When the wildfires struck Los Angeles,
severe fire weather conditions.
First responders from near and far came to the rescue.
All fire departments and all law enforcement will be prepared.
Now the music community has joined together to help at Fire Aid.
First day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Furnace broke down at the Murphy place. Time to kick it into high gear.
So I'll just press this right here.
What just happened? I got supersonic speed.
Not a moment to waste.
I'm off to fix Murphy's heat and restoring their comfort.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
Hey, it's Charlie, and it's that time of the year. My crappy anti-Valentine celebration, sponsored by Circle K. Submit your crappy Valentine story now at WMMS.com. I'll pick the winner and read their story on Valentine's Day. One lucky winner will get a $200 Marble Room gift card, Circle K prizes, and the Barrel Grill from Twisted Tea. Submit your crappy Valentine story now at WMMS.com. And remember, chocolate is for amateurs. Pick up your Twisted Tea at your local Circle K and join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
It's that time of year for Arslanian Brothers 20% off winter sales event. It's Ted Arslanian. Save on wall-to-wall carpet, upholstery, tiling, grout cleaning. One call, we're there. Get your 20% off coupon at arslanianbrothers.com.
There are lots of choices for Medicaid plans in Ohio right now. It's confusing, but luckily this is an easy choice. CareSource. With CareSource, you get so much more than health insurance, like help going back to school, landing a job, and even finding a safe place to stay. Hey, over 1 million Ohio Medicaid members can't be wrong. So choose the plan Ohioans trust. CareSource. It's your Medicaid. It's your choice. Learn more at caresource.com.
Hey, it's Rob. Switch to Boost Mobile today to get a free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 a month. Switch today at a Boost Mobile store near you. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. See participating dealers for details.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast? You could do that?
Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love, plus a new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
All right, Incarceration Tattoo and Music Festival is back. I got 3-day general admission passes for you. The weekend is July 18th, 19th, and 20th at the Ohio State Reformatory. The full lineup is online. Go to incarceration.com. Falling in Reverse, Beartooth, Knock Loose, Slipknot, Slaughter to Prevail, Marilyn Manson, Acid Bath, Dillinger Escape Plan, Lamb of God, Five Finger Death Punch, Architects, In This Moment, Kitty, on and on and on and on and on. Taproot, remember them? 3 days, 3 stages, 60-plus bands. You got all 3 days here. Incarceration.com for all of the details, tickets, and all that. So good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, that's going to be a good one. I'll probably get it to 2 there. I'm going to figure that out, too. I'll have more passes for you tomorrow to finish out the week. And we'll probably have more for you closer to the show, too. Make sure you go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page, because there's always things that we're giving away there. By the way, on that subject, our metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. Begins at 10 o'clock on Saturday nights. And we have another amazing 2 hours waiting for you this Saturday night. It's nothing but metal. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. Brand new music from Boiler Room. Boiler Room is a band that's been gone for a while. They were one of these mid-'90s kind of metal hardcore outfits, and they went away for a long time. They are back with brand new music. We'll play some Chimera from Cleveland, Ohio. Local music from a band called Megaton Communion. And then a lot of throwbacks, a lot of requests. Play some System of a Down. Play Sepultura. All kinds of great stuff. So 2 hours of nothing but metal. If that scratches you right where you itch, be here on Saturday night for 2 hours to midnight. Request for some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Anytime I get a chance to play those guys, I'll take it. That'll be Saturday night. Tonight, your Cavaliers are here at home, getting ready to take on the Atlanta Hawks after a sizable victory in Miami, only their fourth down there in 15 years, 126-106 against the Heat last night at Koala Arena or wherever they play. Atlanta Hawks tonight in Cleveland, Ohio at the Robo Fijo for a 7 o'clock tip-off, 6:30 pregame on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Jake, hello.
Hey, what's going on, Alan?
What's up, man?
So when I found out I was having a kid for the first time at the age of 35, the girl that I had a child with, she, at the time I was 285 pounds, 6'2", big, fat guy. And when we found out I was having a kid, I wanted to start getting healthy. And my son's mom is about 100 pounds, in shape, everything. Don't know how the hell I got her in the first place. But when I decided I wanted to start working out, she told me no because she was afraid of being the fat one in the group. So I was told after losing so much weight for like 40 pounds that she was like, you need to stop now. I'm getting really mad. And she like gave me the biggest attitude, hated me, was so jealous. I'm like, I'm just trying to be alive for our son longer. So
yeah, but that's also because she knew she was going to be gaining pregnancy weight, Jake.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
no, she gained 15 pounds during the whole entire thing. She ran a triathlon during her 7th month of
Oh,
pregnancy.
she's one of
She didn't eat a
those.
single sweet. Oh, my
Yeah.
God. It was horrible. My roommate at the time, was a personal trainer who just couldn't wait to get his hands on me. And, once he did a good enough job, she was like, no, knock it off. We're out of here. I'm like,
Wow.
Okay.
She put a stick in your spokes.
Great.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, well, she sounds like a lovely woman to help support you through your life's journey, Jake.
Yeah.
So what are you down to now?
About 180 pounds.
Ah, look at this guy. All right, he's out there killing it. Okay, thank you, Jake. Congratulations.
Have a good one.
Continue. I already have a good one. Thank you. Continued success on your lifestyle journey there. I don't want you losing all this weight. Honey, I want to be around for our child. I don't care. I want to be a skinny one.
She sounds kind of hot and kind of
I was
crazy.
going to say crazy and hot, right? Oh, man.
Did say she was an ex, right?
It's like my sister, baby mama. It's like my sister-in-law, my middle brother's wife. She's super thin. She's just one of these people that, like, both of my nephews are in their early 20s now. Well, when she was pregnant both times, it was like she had a basketball under her shirt, and then she had the kid. It's just like she took the basketball out. All of her friends hated her because she had, like, no residual baby weight at all. She just snapped back to what she'd been before. And I think my brother probably took full advantage of that aesthetic at the time. But yeah, some people are just like that. Congratulations. Alan, Sam, who just called us, hitting the guy at the Fox and the Hound when she used to work there. She said, I didn't get to the best part, which is that this guy comes in like 3 days later with a giant bruise on his face and absolutely no memory of what happened. He said, oh, man, yeah, I got into a huge fight on Saturday, but I can't remember any of it.
No, you got your ass kicked by a girl, homeboy.
Yeah, by the female bartender there
Yep.
at the Fox and the Hound.
Yep.
She was a fox, and you hounded her. That's what that is.
Till she beat you.
Yeah, I like the Fox and the Hound back in the day. Forgot about that place. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app there, I hope that you have a positive experience. It's a real coin toss these days. But if you listen from out of state, tell me where. Justin listens in Buffalo. Austin is one of our bureau chiefs in Houston, Texas. Marshall listens in Butte, Montana. He used to run the Satanic Church in Butte, Montana, but I think he came around. I think he might have been saved or born again or something like that. He pulled a 180. Usually it's the other way around. Tom is in Ridgetown, Ontario. He is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. We have Ray out on the west coast of Vancouver. Robin is in Toronto. Brian is in Valencia, Pennsylvania.
2 music takes that I think you'll appreciate. Volbeat is Avenged Sevenfold for adults, and Avenged Sevenfold is just Guns N' Roses for people who are way too into Halloween.
I don't know how to synthesize that. I don't know how to translate that. That's a deep dive into 2. I like Volbeat. It would have never. Volbeat is Avenged Sevenfold for grown-ups, and Avenged Sevenfold is Guns N' Roses for people that are into. I guess his edible just hit. I don't know. I can't stand Avenged Sevenfold. I know they're very popular. I think it's a generational thing because these guys lifted every Motley Crue and Iron Maiden riff they could find. They're doing a couple of shows. System of a Down announced that they're going to do a handful of stadium shows. And they're doing it with different bands. And they're doing 2 nights at Soldier Field with Avenged Sevenfold. And I'm not a huge fan of either of those bands, but I was like, well, maybe I'll go. But it's the same night as 9 Inch Nails here in Cleveland.
Well, that's easy to
Which is an
answer.
exponentially better show. I like Volbeat. I don't mind Volbeat.
I like Volbeat.
They have a little bit of like a Danish rockabilly thing going on there that I don't mind. Avenged Sevenfold, they are just simply not for me. But I know that a lot of people like them.
No, Avenged Sevenfold, Five Finger Death Punch, those type of bands to me, and I've said this a million times, they are the band equivalent to like Truck Nuts or Affliction t-shirts.
Well, that's why I said if a Tap Out shirt was a band, it would be Five Finger Death Punch.
Yes.
But there's an audience for that, and it's just
100%.
like, yeah, sure. People dig it. Avenged Sevenfold, they got the dopey names and but yeah, it's, so they're going out with System of a Down. System of a Down, I think, is doing New York with Korn. They're doing Toronto with Deftones. I really wanted to kind of see if I could get to that show, but we're on the air, and I think it's the middle of the week. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Alan.
What's up, man?
The show.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, I just want to touch base. The guy that was talking about losing weight and his girl getting mad. I've been with my wife 10 years, had 2 kids, and now we're here. And when we met, I was 195. And then I shot up to 245.
for you. You went from 195 to 245?
Yeah.
Because you got comfy.
Liking to drink. Got comfy.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's a new year. I'm going to get a gym membership. What does she say to me? I don't think you should do that. You're fine just the way you are. And I'm like, what? I got to get healthier. I don't want to die young. I want to have a long life. And then she says, well, maybe you'll get too attractive and then you'll get too many ideas. And I'm like, what? Come on.
What's happening in these relationships that these are the conversations that are being had? Like, she can't go to Pilates or something? I mean, you're not keeping her from doing something.
Well, she snapped back after having 2 kids. She's always been 105, 110 pounds. She's 5'6". She's tight. She's good. She's got no issues. And then I say, I want to get a gym membership to lose some weight, and not have a chubby belly. No, she doesn't want me to. She
Well,
says,
I mean,
you just gotta eat healthier.
I was going to say, abs are made in the kitchen, but there's nothing wrong.
Right.
No, there's nothing wrong with, you can't exercise your way out of a bad diet, but there's nothing wrong with trying to get yourself into some kind of shape. But you would think that she would see how that would benefit her.
You'd think so. And I was a chef for 15 years. I worked downtown East 4th at Butcher and the Brewer, Greenhouse Tavern, all those OG places. And I was always a pirate in the kitchen. I was always skinny. And now I do my own thing. I own my own business, besides the point. But I got comfy. And now I gained all this weight. And she doesn't really want me to lose it. She said, just eat healthier. And I said, well, I still want to get fit. I still want to have tone. I don't want to have a big belly.
It doesn't have to be one or the other. You can do both, yeah.
Exactly.
Huh.
Exactly.
Now,
exactly. That's all. I want to put my 2 cents in. That's all.
Do you have money? Maybe she's hoping that you'll kick it so she gets all of your largesse.
No, I wouldn't say I have money. We live okay. We live comfortably. We go on a vacation every year here and there, but, I still want to live till I'm 101, hopefully.
Of
you
course.
Never know.
You don't know what.
Know.
You might have some condition you had no clue, and your heart explodes one morning. And
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck out there, man.
We'll talk to you, brother.
All right. There you go. That's, I think that was Jake.
Josh.
Sorry. Thank you, Josh. What an interesting phenomenon. I don't want you to get in good shape because I don't want people looking at you. And, It's like my wife did that with my hair. You know, I colored my hair for a long, long time. It was blonde or it was brown or whatever. You know, it's genetic. I started going gray when I was in college. And just for a long, long time, I just didn't want it. So I would color it or whatever. And then years ago, I was like, I don't care. Who am I trying to impress? And anytime I grow my beard out, it's all white. And my wife loves it. I go, no, you want me to look like I'm 100 years old. So that but that's silly too. I mean, I'm kind of poking her with that, but she's like, no, I think you look great when you have like a beard and a thing. And I go, yes, because you clearly want somebody more rugged than I am, and that look is good.
Maybe she just thinks you look nice in a beard.
I know she does, but I, you know.
Hey, listen, you could have a white beard like me too. Then we could be the white beard pals. I was my
the
wife,
WBP.
Yeah,
the white beard pals.
My wife was like, she's like, well, if you feel weird about it, why don't you color it? I'm like, because you never get the color right.
No,
and you end up looking like a jerk off. Like, look at the guy from Ohio State, Ryan Day.
Ryan Day.
I mean, come on, dude. Nobody has a beard that black.
Because my hair, I'm like, I'd rather have it like Steve Martin white than what it is now, where it's like. It's brown and kind of gray, but the girl who I'm growing my hair out, so I haven't had it cut for a while. But the girl who cuts my hair, she was like, "I will murder you if you ever want me to color your hair," because she's like, "I have people who would pay me money to get their hair the color you have," and I'm like, I don't know what all those words mean, but I'll take your word for it. I got money here for you. It is $1,000. That will buy you a lot of boxes of number 40 Faria if you want to color your hair. It is $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I just arrived in Key West for vacation, and there's so much Jimmy Buffett in the air. Rob is really missing out. I bet he would not say that he's missing out. By the way, this person just got in Key West for vacation. I got a message from somebody who just got back from Key West, ironically.
I just moved up from the Florida Keys, and Alan Cox is the worst drive time personality I've ever heard.
Hey, that's exciting. I got a spot in his list. I'm the worst, Rob.
Drive time personality.
The worst he's ever heard. Now, there's a couple of questions I have. I don't know how many he's heard. If he's heard 3, then okay. It's not a big, long list. If he's heard a bunch, and I'm the worst he's ever heard, that's awesome. You know, you always think like everybody, if you're a doctor, somebody had to graduate last in their class. They're still a doctor, but they were dead last in their class in medical school. You don't know who that guy is or girl. They've all got their medical school diploma on the wall. You don't know where they were in the batting order. You don't know that you got the valedictorian. I'm the worst he's ever heard. I take that as a badge of honor. Thank you, sir.
But my question
is... Just coming back from the Florida Keys, moved back up. I have to assume he's from here and was so excited to probably come back and listen to the legendary WMMS. And then he heard me and starts doing a catalog in his brain of all of the drive time personalities he's ever heard. And he goes, there was this guy, Is he better than that guy? No. And by process of elimination, he goes, this guy is the worst drive time personality I've ever heard, and I need to leave him a message to that effect. And I thank you for leaving that message. I'm flattered.
But it wasn't clear. What if you were doing nights? Would he feel different? Is it defined by you being in the afternoon in drive time?
I don't know.
He didn't define whose drive.
Don't know.
We drive at different hours than most people.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the normal drive time. Maybe he was talking about somebody else.
You're still on Keys time, baby. Well, anyway, thank you, sir. Hello, who's this? Danny.
Hello? Yes, Danny.
Danny in Chicago.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you've heard, I call in every once in a while. You'll probably one of the, I don't know how many young people listen to your show anymore. But
fair amount.
So I grew up in Oberlin, and I actually graduated with pound cake in Oberlin.
Yeah.
And so I actually I was the captain of the baseball team. I actually got in a fight with Hugh Thornton, the defensive lineman for the Colts. He was drafted into the Colts later.
Okay.
And he was like 300 pounds, like 6'5" to my 170 pounds, like 170 pounds, 5'10", and like, I call it a fight, air quotes, because it was basically like that scene in the Avengers when Scarlett Johansson was trying to get away from the Hulk when he came out.
Yeah, okay.
And-
In this scenario,
and so
Danny,
basically-
he was the Hulk and you were Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, like, basically, it was actually, I was the captain of the baseball team. It was after a baseball game where we lost so bad that the other team started just swinging at pitches so that they could lose, so they could leave. And, like, I walked off the field, and Hugh Thornton was, like, pitching or something, and he got so mad he followed me into the locker room, and we had like metal cleats, and I had metal cleats, and I just remember like skating, trying to evade this monster. And then like he attacked me, and then like my friends come in and go like, oh, you can't do that, and then he starts just beating up the whole team. And if you go like to his background, like his family was actually like murdered in Jamaica and stuff like that.
Jesus. No wonder
And,
he's
like,
got
if I
some he's got some anger issues.
Yeah. And if I would have, like, pressed charges, that would have probably ended his NFL career.
Yeah, I didn't realize he went to Oberlin. I remember Hugh Thornton went to the University of Illinois. I remember him playing for the Illini. I don't remember him
He went to Oberlin High School, and he was, like, the pride and jewel of Oberlin High School. And, like,
he didn't do much in the
it was
NFL, if
some
I
crazy
recall,
time.
so that should make you feel good. I mean, okay.
Well, no, I mean, I like more power to him. I thought he's a really nice guy, actually, like had a difficult life and stuff. But, like NFL, these guys are angry.
If you ever ran into him again, Danny, do you think you guys would be able to sit down and chop it up?
Well, after it, like, he apologized and stuff, and I was sort of bitter just from, like, being, like, I had no chance in that fight. But, like, I was sort of bitter from it or whatever. But, like, if I imagine I have I'm going for a PhD now and stuff. If anything, I would look back and look at, like, the difficulty of life. I would say, like, America's not very good to its, African American individuals. And
You'd really you'd give them a lot of leeway,
like
wouldn't
that.
you? Give them a lot of leeway.
I would.
Yeah.
I would give them a lot of leeway. I'm sorry, but I would.
Well, that's no. Listen, you gotta walk your own path. All right, thank you, Danny. Good luck out there.
Bye.
There's Danny out in Chicago who checks in sometimes.
I had to look over at your screen to see if that was an I or a Y, Danny.
I.
Right. At first, though, I was like, oh, it's
I think
definitely
she's trans.
Definitely an I.
Yeah.
But then, when I got to the other parts, I was like, wow, that Danny. Okay.
Yep. She's doing grad work maybe in Chicago, I think, if I can recall from the last time. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break here. If you want to go see the band Bayside, remember Bayside? They are celebrating 25 years together as a band, and they would love for you to celebrate with them. And so they're coming to Cleveland. Bayside is on the Errors Tour with Sincere Engineer, and they're going to do 2 nights at the House of Blues first week in April, and I will have those tickets for you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
wants to go see Bayside. They are celebrating 25 years as a band, and so they're doing 2 nights at the House of Blues, completely different sets each night, pulling from completely separate albums both nights. It's the Errors Tour. See what they did? With special guest Sincere Engineer. Those guys are kind of blown up. So it's going to happen Friday, April the 4th, and Saturday, April 5th. I got tickets for you for one of those nights, not sure which. Ticketmaster.com will have all the details for you on the show. But if you dig Bayside, party like it's the year 2000 all over again. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel if you want to watch live. You can jump in the chat there, too, if you want. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You'll hear the Cavs game there tonight. Maybe you'll hear us screaming from Loudville.
Yay!
Go team!
Go Cavs!
Atlanta Hawks in town tonight. That's a 7 o'clock tip. So 6:30, when we roll out, is when that pregame coverage will begin. Here on MMS. Cavs will be here at home to play the Dallas Mavericks on Sunday, and they'll stick around through Tuesday to play the Boston Celtics before they go to Detroit to play the Pistons. So a few days here, you got some home Cavaliers action on the Buzzard. Garland, last 2 days to use that as your promo code at CLE Clothing Company for 20% off. Use Garland today and tomorrow. Come Saturday when February kicks in, you're going to want to pivot to Arcade for 20% off, and then use that all 28 days in February. So we were talking about fighting today, but talking about wrestling either yesterday or the day before. I wrestled in high school and part of college, and Rob wrestled for a little bit too. But what made you bail out of wrestling?
In the match, a guy stuck his thumb in my rear end.
Got the finger.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dirty, dirty trick. Jeremiah sent me another AI song called The Wrestler's Farewell about your untimely departure from the sport of wrestling.
In a high school gym, under the weight, the town would gather, fill the slate. Rob grappled hard,
very morose.
His dreams in sight, but shadows fell on that fateful night. On the mat, he was a lion, fierce in the clinch, felt a sudden pierce, a finger's touch, obscure and cruel.
Obscure and cruel, yeah.
Took his pride, made him feel a fool. A finger changed the course, the way, led him from the path that day, from holds and pins to waves of sound, a new life's rhythm he
Boy, this AI really spins some tales, don't they, with the lyrics?
folded up his wrestling gear, left the echoes of the cheer, found solace in the microphone, in stories shared where he's not alone.
I'd love to know what prompts Jeremiah is putting into these, by the way.
Listeners tuned in every dawn,
really weave a tale.
to the voice of the man withdrawn. From battle cries to calm waves there, Rob found peace from the despair. In every tale he shares on cue, there's a whisper of what he knew, of mats and pins and moments dark. The wrestling ring left its
The wrestling ring left its mark. I get what they're doing there. Boy, think about that. So Jeremiah submits another AI-generated song about Rob's untimely departure from the sport of wrestling because he got a thumb from an opponent. And then that drove you into the arms of the cruel mistress that is broadcast radio. The wrestling ring left its mark. That's the wrestler's farewell.
What was the finger line? The touch? The
Obscure and cruel. The touch.
That was the best.
Obscure and cruel.
He felt the touch.
Yeah. He felt a sudden pierce, a finger's touch. Obscure and cruel took his pride, made him feel a fool.
It's so good.
A finger changed the course.
Oh.
That's your chorus there. One, I never got the finger.
No?
Never got. That's a
In all your years?
Nope. That's a dirty move, boy.
Yeah, first thing.
Nope.
It was like it was first season.
But did you jump up and go, hey?
No, he pinned me.
Yeah.
Because it's like I was kind of, rolling with him. And he did it, and I was like, I'm out. And I just kind of like, he rolled me over and pinned me. I got up, I took my headgear off, I started to take the singlet off, and I walked off.
Wow,
Went and sat on the bus.
It wasn't enough for him to literally show his dominance. He had to.
I don't just pin me. I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here. I'm never doing that again.
There's so much homoeroticism in male high school sports in the first place. I never understood that, but okay. I mean,
That wasn't even the problem. Like, I didn't care about any of that stuff. I'm like, if that's what it takes, like, if I got to do that kind of stuff to win, I'm out.
Yeah, but you don't. There's a lot of guys who won and weren't slipping fingers.
But I was also a 16-year-old kid who just had his anus almost penetrated.
No,
listen, I was out.
I heard about it, in my wrestling days. It never happened to me.
And this kid was my age and looked like Captain Caveman.
Right.
And I barely had a pube. Like, this dude was humongous.
And also, like, at that age, you don't really have the moxie, whereas now, as an adult, you really mess with the guy. When he does that, you go, ooh. And you just lie there.
Just lay there, hug him.
Yeah.
Can we just stop this wrestling thing?
Yeah, you just kind of make yourself more prone. Yeah.
I would have appreciated dinner first, but that's nice.
You know what? That's all right.
You know what I like.
Mm-hmm.
When I am driving home from work, and I will second that guy that you are the worst drive time personality because you have no personality.
See, I'm really uncomfortable when people sweet talk me like that. I don't need all these accolades. If you know or knew how hard I have worked to be regarded as having no personality at all, then, I'm not comfortable with compliments like that.
But then you couldn't be the worst if you had none. So that guy's dumb.
My lifelong attempts to just be, I'm whatever, I take the shape of whatever you pour into me. Personality, I don't even know what that word means. I'm a cipher. So again, thank you, sir. The compliments do make me uncomfortable. But
whatever you pour into you, huh?
Mm.
And in 2 hours' time, that will be Jameson.
Yeah!
God, I can't wait.
Right?
Do you chill it?
I don't care.
I like it chilled.
I mean, when they go, do you want it chilled? Because like Jaeger, it's in the thing, right, already?
Yeah.
I don't need it chilled.
I'll drink it straight, too.
Yeah, I don't care.
prefer it usually chilled.
I guess. We can get them chilled.
Doesn't matter.
I like a pickleback.
You do?
I love a pickleback.
That's what's the
I keep a
liquor?
giant thing of pickle juice in Jameson.
It
Whiskey.
is Jameson?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
When I went over to Dublin a couple of times, we did the show in Dublin at the Jameson Distillery, and that's when they got me hip to the picklebacks, and I've been doing them ever since. So I keep there's a jar of pickle juice always in my fridge.
Do you just keep the
Love
juice
'em.
from the pickles you had, or do you buy
No, yeah. It's not like we go through a ton of pickles. So a little goes a long way, but yeah, love pickleback shots.
I
love introducing them to people who have never had one because they go, that sounds disgusting. And then they do it and they're like, oh my God, I'm never deviating from this plan again.
I don't know if I had that reaction too. I had it once. I didn't dislike it.
Some
but I
people
was
hate
like, okay,
pickles,
it's
and
fine.
that's going to throw you off, obviously. But so, Jeremiah, thank you. There's the
That
wrestler's
was really good.
farewell, AI generated. Phil Collins is 74 years old today. I think there's a Phil Collins documentary or something. And again, I'm a drummer. I love Phil Collins. I loved Genesis. I love the solo stuff. One of my favorite concerts of all time was one of the Phil Collins solo tours. This probably was 92, 3, at the what used to be the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago. Now it's called the Allstate Arena out by O'Hare. And I just loved this concert. And to see him so infirmed now is such a bummer. Phil Collins, one of my favorite people to hit the post on. People would request it from me, right?
Hey, one going out to Charlie, who's live in somewhere, I don't know where. But Phil Collins now, he's on that solo tour. Got the mighty Chester Thompson behind the drums. We'll see what happens. This guy has certainly made his bones after leaving Genesis. And now he's mounting a huge tour. Take you out there. He's going to be rolling through the horizon next month. WMMS.
I'll tell you what, that clip is from 1985. When my first year here at WMMS. Way, way back.
Back when you were still playing music.
Back when I was still playing music. That's right. Phil Collins, 74 years old, and I can't imagine. I mean, I don't know like what overall shape he's in. I know he can't play the drums anymore. I know that his nerves and he's not that mobile. When they did that Genesis final tour, which even they said was a cash grab. But whatever. He was kind of sitting there. His son is playing the drums. One of my favorite, I love when Phil Collins would play drums on Clapton records. He didn't do it on all of them, but they were pretty frequent collaborators. And mid-'80s Clapton album called August. I think 1986. A lot of people slept on it. I think the one big hit was from The Color of Money. But Phil Collins played drums on the entire album, and it's one of my favorite albums of all time.
Was that She's Waiting? Was that the one from Color of Money?
No, it was. It's in the way that you use it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She's Waiting, I think, was on the album before that. I think that was on Behind the Sun with Forever Man. But no, It's in the Way That You Use It was the song from the Paul Newman. It was a sequel technically to The Hustler, right? He played the same character, and it was Tom Cruise and Paul Newman. And I don't know if I have it in here, but anyway. But Phil Collins played drums on all of the tracks on August. For people who remember that one. It's in the way that you use it. This is a big song for Eric Clapton. This is kind of before he got to be a racist old git. I don't know what happens to these guys. They get crazy rich, and then, Morrissey and Eric Clapton. Maybe they were always dicks, and we just didn't notice it, but you cannot deny the amazing talent of these guys. But yeah, that was off that record. Phil Collins there.
And because of Phil Collins, we'll never see Led Zeppelin's reunion at that 85 Live Aid show.
He was at Live Aid, yeah.
He played with them. They said it was so bad they will never release actual footage of it. So I'm sure it exists.
Oh, I thought that was on YouTube or something.
I think it is, but Led Zeppelin never released it. It's never been. It probably won't be in this new documentary. They were embarrassed by how bad it was.
Bad? Why? He didn't. I mean, there's no way that he couldn't have known the songs.
He didn't. That was the problem.
How did he not? It wasn't in the mid-'80s?
Yeah, he never rehearsed. He said he got there. He had listened to Stairway to Heaven on the flight over. He flew over on the Concorde and
Concorde?
Went right there, didn't rehearse, and just played. And they were like, yeah, that's no. That's Led Zeppelin, right?
The performance was considered a disaster, and the band has refused to include footage of it on unofficial releases.
Yeah. I mean, it's out. You can see it. It's just, yeah, it's wild.
Huh.
You would think someone who, I mean, it's Stairway, and I guess maybe not everybody can have the Bonham groove, maybe. I don't know.
Phil Collins said, well, I mean, if there's any, Phil Collins was also known for those garbage can drums, so if anybody's going to replicate that sound of Bonham, it might have been him. A lot of that is miking and producing anyway, but if I could have walked off, I would have done just that, he said. I wasn't needed, and I felt like a spare part because there was another guy playing the drums. Why was he even, Paul Martinez was playing the drums. Why was Phil Collins even there?
I don't know. Yeah. I just know that he was invited, and it was supposed to be a thing for that.
It was a lack of rehearsal, equipment problems, and Robert Plant losing his voice. So not just him.
No.
Yeah.
But they played a Whole Lot of Love, Stairway to Heaven, I think. rock and roll, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But yeah, it was ugly.
I got to watch that. I don't know. I remember that happening. I don't know that I've ever watched it. Let's stay out of each other's way and play simple.
The mood down a little bit.
Robert Plant just has his hands on his hips. Where's Phil Collins? Plus, you got to deal with like monitors, and you might not hear everything, and a venue that big, that's weird. I want to watch that.
It's not good. You could just even hear from that it wasn't good.
Also, actor Gene Hackman is 95 years old today, by the way. I was reading a thing on him. Gene Hackman was on this show a long time ago. He had already retired. His last movie was 2004. He did a movie called Welcome to Mooseport with Ray Romano. Probably not the swan song he wanted for his cinematic career, because I don't know that it was really on a lot of people's radars. But then he became an author, and he was on this show to promote a book. It was called Payback at Morning Peak. He was writing Westerns. So this would have been like 2011. I'd only been here a couple of years. Opened up the Netflix last night and said, I'll watch a Gene Hackman movie. And I had to flip a coin a couple of times because there are so many on there, and they're all good ones. I flipped the coin, Gene, between The Conversation and between Under Suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And it landed on Under Suspicion.
Under Suspicion.
But you can't go wrong. Do you ever turn on the television and go, I forgot I did that movie?
Yeah.
Under Suspicion, you and Morgan Freeman and Thomas Jane.
Oh, right. Yes, I've forgotten the title. That was a film that I had been trying to do for, 10, 15 years. Originally, it was a French film called Garde à Vue, and a really good film. We tried to do what we thought was right with that film, but I guess it didn't reach a great many people.
Well, yeah, so he's never done another movie after Welcome to Mooseport. But Gene Hackman, who I love in movies. When you see a Gene Hackman movie, it's never bad. I mean, most people think of French Connection, or they think of, not Hunt for Red October. What was the one, him and Denzel? What's the submarine movie?
It's not Hunt for Red October?
No, that's Sean Connery and Alec Baldwin. Hackman and Denzel, somebody will tell me. Crimson Tide.
Okay,
yeah,
all right, yeah.
Tony Scott movie, I think. Crimson Tide was the big. But I love, we were talking about The Birdcage a couple of weeks ago, right? He's in that. He's like the buttoned-up senator in The Birdcage. The Conversation, great movie. Unforgiven. I love No Way Out. One of my favorite movies of all time is No Way Out, where Kevin Costner's in the Navy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's banging Sean Young on the side, and Hackman is the senator or something. Oh, what a great movie. Love Gene Hackman.
You still have to watch The Birdcage.
He's real prickly. Yeah, I still got to watch The Birdcage.
Do you believe when they say, I don't remember making that film? I was trying to come
I
up with
absolutely do.
You really do?
That's why I thought it was so funny. I think it's genuine, because if you have a filmography that far, he's like, I didn't remember because when I was like, oh, it was you and so, Monica Bellucci, who's crazy hot still. And he's like, oh, right. Yeah, I do remember that.
I don't know.
He didn't remember the name. The name might have changed.
That's true.
That's
true.
They gave it some dumb generic Under Suspicion. Like, that wouldn't stick in my brain either. People remind me of stuff I've done here like a month ago, and I don't remember.
Yeah, but that's
and
different.
This couldn't be dumber.
You spend 6 months shooting a movie. You know what I mean? Like, you would think that you would remember that. I guess you're right. You remember the cast. Maybe they changed the name, whatever. But that always feels weird to me. They're like, oh, I forgot I did that. Come on.
Yeah. I forgot I talked to Gene Hackman. I went through my things. I go, oh, hey, I talked to Gene Hackman. There it is. 2011. I got to take a break. Hey, I got more money for you. 4:30, listen for that next keyword. It's your second to last today, and then we'll start all over again tomorrow. But most of the day, you get these keywords about 30 past. So 4:30 is that next chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Immediately after the break, want to go see 9 Inch Nails. Trent Reznor's coming home. The tour is coming here. Peel It Back is the name of that. It is the last day of August at the Romo Fijo, and I will have that next pair for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
When the wildfire struck Los Angeles,
severe fire weather conditions.
First responders from near and far came to the rescue.
All fire departments and all law enforcement will be prepared.
Now the music community has joined together to help at Fire Aid.
Anderson .Paak, Alanis Morissette, Billie Eilish, Dave Matthews and John Mayer, Dawes, Earth, Wind and Fire, Graham Nash, Gracie Abrams, Green Day, Jelly Roll, John Fogerty, Joni Mitchell, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Little Baby, No Doubt, Olivia Rodrigo, Pink, Peso Pluma, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rod Stewart, Stephen Stills, Stevie Nicks, Stevie Wonder, Sting, Tate McRae, The Black Crowes, and more.
Listen to Fire Aid, a historic fundraising concert for the recovery of Los Angeles. Tonight, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. Live on the free iHeartRadio app's Hit Nation station.
And give what you can now at fireaidla.org.
From the Mr. Hero, Rockin' Ruben.
Yo, Rockin' Ruben, you're the hottest new crib in mine.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Clouding up and then rain overnight, low of 40. Rain tomorrow, changing to snow around midnight, high tomorrow 44. And then Saturday turning mostly sunny, Saturday's high around 30.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
Hey guys, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. If you thought about upgrading your kitchen but thought it was going to be way too expensive or complicated, make an appointment with Northeast Factory Direct, and they will make it as simple as possible. They have their kitchen design teams. For a limited time right now, you can get a complete 10x10 kitchen cabinet set for $25.99. High-end cabinetry, all the features you would expect from luxury brands. These are all in stock, ready for immediate delivery. If your to-do list includes a kitchen renovation, you're not going to have to wait around for the materials. Northeast Factory Direct has their NEFD at-home collection, so high-end cabinetry and countertops and luxury flooring. Make an appointment with one of their kitchen designers. You'll have some basic measurements. Bring those in. They bring the whole thing to life. The consultation is completely free. There's no obligation, no pressure. It's just a really helpful way to help you put your kitchen together with Northeast Factory Direct. You can go into any one of their locations and find out for yourself. Tell them that I told you all about it, or you can make an appointment online with one of their teams at northeastfactorydirect.com.
This is your Thursday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. The Chiefs, a slight favorite over the Eagles with the total set at 49.5. I will build some suspense and reveal my official prediction for the game next week. But for now, let's examine the prop market. The shortest touchdown in the game, under 1.5 yards. This is a bet the pros love to make. It's juicy at minus 170, but I think it has even more value this year because of the Eagles and the tush push. I would lay it up to minus 200. Shortest touchdown in the game, under 1.5 yards.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
It's a new year full of new deals at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon. Browse the widest selection of new Chevys, all priced to move. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on select vehicles. That's right, up to $10,000 off your new Chevy. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon to find the New Year's deal you've been waiting for. Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon. the #1 name for Chevy. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 28th.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny-tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns, that's key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. And you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. If you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction, for commercial and residential property damage and restoration.
.77 north before Route 21 Brecksville is gone, so's any backup. And looking for an accident reported near Waterloo and East 152. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com.
Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again, because people are listening to radio more today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeartRadio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, even social. Learn how radio can help your business. Call 844-844-iHeart.
Hey, it's Alec Baldwin. This season on my podcast, Here's the Thing, I speak with musician, photographer, and philanthropist Julian Lennon.
Photography really does allow me to do that. I have empathy for people on the other side of the world that you'll never
ever meet, but you'll at least have some understanding of what their life is and what they went through or are still going through.
Listen to Here's the Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Here's the Thing and start listening.
All right, you want to go see Nine Inch Nails? Trent Reznor is coming back home for a show Labor Day weekend. I'm sure that you have seen the billboards by now. And tickets here all week. Make sure you hit up WMMS.com for this, too. The Peel It Back Tour. It's been a minute. It's going to happen Sunday, August 31st. These went on sale yesterday at noon. So you can get them at RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com, or you can win them here. Good luck. Caller 10. Labor Day weekend. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
He can be anything that he wants. He can be anything that he wants. Gene Hackman, what a guy. He can bring a tear to your eye. Well, is there anything he can't do?
Remember the Hoodoo Gurus? A song called Gene Hackman. I forgot Gene Hackman was Lex Luthor in the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. Man, who's good? His hairpiece. So we got this staff Cavs game tonight. Rob, he doesn't really want to go, but I go, what if my friend Susan comes? And then he goes, I need to meet her. And so I wanted to introduce you to my friend.
All right. Have at it.
Did you go over there? Did you win anything?
Go over where?
I thought you were going to the casino.
Not yet. I just got here.
You just got here. I thought you were going
Duji.
to the. I thought you were going to the
show.
casino.
Idiot.
What?
No, I'm going to the casino now.
What's your game?
I like
Blackjack.
craps.
Craps.
Shocker.
Okay. And how do you do at craps?
I do well.
Do you?
You gotta have money to. You gotta spend it to make it.
That's usually true in life, not in the casino.
Yeah,
house. You've heard the house always wins.
Yeah.
Well, he said that last time you went, you were up. I've still never been inside the casino.
Seriously?
Yeah, I've never gone in.
Why?
I don't know. Just after a while, I was like, I don't want to break this streak of never going in there. It's silly because it's just up the street now.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
kinda...
before when we were out in the sticks, I was like, I'm never downtown. But now it's right down here, and I guess I should go. But
That's
I
kinda
haven't.
dumb.
I
You're
haven't
gonna
gone.
come-
It's kind of dumb
Yeah.
to not go to the casino.
Yeah, why don't you come with us?
Do they have blackjack? Because I play blackjack.
Yes, they
Okay.
do.
Well, some places it's just machines. I don't know. I
It's a
haven't been in.
casino.
I haven't. Some casinos, they're a little smaller. I don't know. Like I said, did you hear me when I said I'd never been in there before?
No.
I don't know what's going on in there. So, do you have an amount of money that you'll go in to spend and then you'll stop, or are you like, I'm on a roll and you hit in the ATM? Because
No.
that's how you get in trouble.
I have $100 with me right now.
$100.
I'm a high roller, baby.
You need more than that.
Yeah,
You need like a mortgage payment. And then you have to there has to be a danger of you losing your house. That's a real gambler's mentality. If you're going to go in
Coming
there.
from a guy that's never gone into the casino,
I didn't
that's
say
10 steps.
I didn't
10 steps.
I didn't say I'd never gambled. I said I just haven't gone in here.
What's your game?
Blackjack.
That's it.
Well, I'll play slots or something. But yeah, if I'm going to sit at a table, it's going to be blackjack. Craps is a move, though. I'll give you that because craps that's pretty slick.
I'm slick.
Yeah, that's
Clearly.
if there's one word to describe you. Are you okay? You seem, I know you're out of sorts because you're not used to being in here.
Yeah, I can't hear, and you're a weird sound effect kind of guy.
No, I'm not playing
so
anything
I don't know
over
if
here.
you're hitting buttons
I
and
am
I'm
not.
talking over you.
Nope.
Because I try not to talk over to people.
You don't need, there's nothing weird going on, so you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
I'm not playing anything. You're
He's
not
hit
going to.
something?
No.
This guy Joker over here laughing all
No,
the time.
he's happy to see you.
Is he?
He's happy you're
Yes. He's just happy to. You don't have to worry. I'm not doing nonsense or anything like that. I don't have a sound effects guy. I got to do everything myself
know.
over here.
I know you
So
do.
I have to focus on who's here. Okay, so you have $100.
I have $100, baby.
Okay.
And I might go to the ATM.
What other dirt bags are going with you over there before the game? Rachel's going?
Rachel,
Yep.
Joanne in sales.
Okay.
I think Curtis is going to glob on
The
to
Kurt
me.
man will go in, yeah.
Shocker.
Mhm.
I know whoever wants to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. And then we're going to go to the game. Are you guys going to the game?
We are going to the game.
Okay,
Well,
Rob with his, I don't want to go.
Well,
just go.
You can't blame him. He has never gone. I go because I figure every year you and I have talked about this. Every year there are fewer and fewer colleagues that we have.
Yeah.
And so I just figure, hey, this is an opportunity to go, I might not be here talking to you next year.
Yes.
So let's have a drink.
Let's.
One of those.
Let's.
Right.
You never know. I could be gone tomorrow.
Do you go to, we all could be.
Right?
Do you go to the seats first or do you go right to the bar?
I've never,
You never gone to the seats?
I don't need, is it the...
You've gone before, haven't you?
I've gone to a game, but in like my own seats. I've never gone to a staff outing.
Oh,
with
I
these
thought
guys.
you were with us last year.
No, I've never done this.
So you and Rob should hang out then. You guys can stand in the corner and make fun of people.
No, I guess there's food there?
Really? Well, it is the Romo Fijo. I mean, there is
I hate
food.
when you say that.
I don't care.
I hate Romo
I
Fijo.
don't care. Tell the Cleveland police. They do the
And
same thing.
I hate when you say the Cavaliers.
Why don't you tell me all the things you hate about me?
Cavaliers.
Cavaliers.
I hate. You gotta say the Cavaliers.
But they know what I'm talking
I
about.
know, but it's just you're not French.
I didn't say I was. It's
just
funny.
Is it?
The Cavalier, not to you. I think it's funny. You do understand this is just what I think is funny, right?
You do understand Alan Cox is the name of the show,
Well, it doesn't,
right?
whatever. It's, Okay, so you hate Cavaliers.
Yeah.
You hate Romo Fijo.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, what do I do that you mildly enjoy?
You're kind of smart.
Well, I don't
The
mean
big
that.
words.
I don't mean that. You just gave me two words that you hate.
Okay.
And the customers tell me the same thing all the time. They go,
Oh, do they?
I hate when you do this. I hate when you do that.
Yeah.
I don't care. It makes me want to do it more.
Oh.
But it's still constructive. I don't know if it's constructive criticism, but I'm always interested to hear what hits people's ears.
Okay.
First of all, flattered you listen.
I listen every day.
You got a life to lead.
Yeah, I'm busy.
You're up very early.
Yeah, I'm very
Probably early to bed, early to rise.
I'm up late.
That's what has made you healthy, wealthy, and wise, is the early to bed, early to rise thing.
I don't go to bed early, though. Or is that some kind of saying that I don't understand?
It is.
Oh.
Nevertheless, anytime I've ever done mornings, I couldn't get into going to bed early either. I don't know how I did it back in the day. I'd go to bed at like 1:30 in the morning and get up at 4. I obviously couldn't do that now.
Yeah,
My
you're
sleep
old.
hygiene is much better now.
Yeah.
But so on an average night, and I know you're a mother.
Yeah.
On an average night, you're up until when?
My daughter is older. I have almost a 15-year-old.
Now,
so
are you up so late because you're sitting guard, making sure she doesn't sneak out a window?
No.
Okay.
No, I have alarms on her window, so if she's sneaking out, I'm going to know about it.
Alarms on her windows.
Yeah.
I grew up with wrought iron bars on our windows, so I couldn't
Did
go
you?
anywhere. Yeah, couldn't go anywhere. Just decorative, but it served a dual purpose of we weren't sneaking out, guys, but I mean, we couldn't get out there and do that. So you have alarms on her windows.
And
so
every window.
every window of the house, right? But that's just standard security feature.
Is it?
Well, isn't it? I mean, most people, if people have the ADT or something like that, they got the sensors on the windows.
I had the guy come up to the second floor. I have a
Yeah.
loft area, and I said, can you put alarms on those windows? He's like, why?
Oh, these are specifically teenage daughter alarms.
No.
Oh.
It's just alarms so that if somebody breaks in, it wakes me up or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and the alarm goes off. And he goes,
Okay.
the percentage of break-ins for a second floor.
Yeah.
Like less than 1%. I'm
You're like,
"That's
dude,
okay.
somebody might have a grappling hook.
Just do it.
Yeah. I'm the one paying you.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
I'm just up late because she's older. She's like, tonight is ski club.
She wants to
So
hang out.
She gets home late. She has dance. She's home late. So she's not a little kid anymore going to bed at 8 o'clock. So.
But she does know that what mom does pays for everything.
Yeah.
So she should try harder to accommodate mom's schedule.
She does just fine. She's good.
Okay. How does she feel about you
Why'd
going?
you just sigh?
Why not? How does she feel about you going and gambling away the mortgage?
She doesn't need to know what I'm doing. I mean, you're making me sweat. Like, you really are. The attitude. I was
Why?
sweating.
You're wearing a hoodie. That's why you're sweating. I'm not making you sweat.
Are you? You're wearing nothing Cavaliers, either one of you.
What?
You should be. You're going to.
What
a
am I,
game.
5? Why? I got to wear the shirt of the band I'm going to see? What are you talking about? Come on.
All right.
Like people are going to think you're there to root for the Atlanta Hawks if you're not wearing that? Okay. Are you an Atlanta Hawks fan? Is this
No,
what you
I'm
want to tell
not.
them? All right. Well, then what are you worried
I'm a
about?
Cavalier
Cavaliers.
fan.
Please.
Oh my God,
would
that's
you,
another thing.
Come on.
Give me the bell.
No, you hate everything.
Stop
She
on that
hates
damn
everything
bell.
I do.
I hate that bell.
You know what I've
I hate
said?
that bell.
I have said for so many years, I said, I cannot wait until Duji is on my show.
Yeah.
Like all the time. Right?
Okay.
You and I go way back.
We do.
We go back like 30 years. I go, one of these days, there's going to be a confluence of events where things are going to happen and whatever, and it's going to end up being you and me.
Yeah.
And now I'm rethinking that whole
Maybe.
thing. I'm rescinding the whole thing.
Maybe.
See, I love everything you do. You hate everything I do.
I'm amazing.
Now do you want to know why I'm sighing? You're amazing, and I'm whatever I am. Okay. Good to know. Well, I don't want to keep you from your inveterate gambling, so good luck over there on your
Thank you.
craps.
Where are we meeting for a cocktail?
Nope.
What do you mean no?
We're going to Flannery's to do shots.
Am I not invited?
You can come. You said, are we invited? That's different than can you come? It's a free country.
It's a free country.
No, please. If
All right, so we're
but if you win big,
6:30 Flannery's.
6:30 at Flannery's, right here on the corner.
Okay.
But if you win big, you get a round. You buy a round.
Drinks for everybody.
Yes,
Is that right?
you're making
or is that
it rain.
a stripper move, making it rain?
Well, whatever you want to do. I'm sure there's something going on underneath that hoodie. Do you stink? You said you sweat.
I shout. I'm sweating
Sweaty
right now.
and
You're
stink
making
are
me nervous.
no. Sweaty and stink are two different things. Just because you're sweaty doesn't mean you stink.
It's really hot in here.
It's 72.
All right, I gotta go. You're
Okay,
annoying
bye.
Me.
No, go ahead.
Are you dismissing me?
No, you said I have to go. I said okay,
Ring your
fine.
bell.
No, I'll see you at the Cavaliers game.
Can I ring your bell?
No, get out of here. This one.
Bye, douche.
Yeah. Okay. Leave. God, I hate everything you do. Did you hear that? I hate this. I hate it.
Why would you do that? I hate when you do that.
Why?
But she listens
God.
every day, so that's good.
I know.
Or maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
I love me some douchey, though. She's great.
I do, too. And I know this audience, they just beat the piss out of her. And I get that that's like the environment down there. It's never been my thing. She and I go back to when we were interns in Chicago a long time ago. I love her. I don't care what anybody says. Obviously, I have a different relationship with her than the audience does.
Right.
And I've been on Rover before, and she is equally as dismissive of me there. I'll stick my head in every so often if they're talking about something I talked about, but, occasionally I'll be in there on the couch. And equally as dismissive of me. And that's fine. That's just what it is. It's a real Dave Addison, Matty Hayes type situation we got going on. It's a nice contemporary reference for you kids.
She could maybe work her way down here when I get fired.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming.
She is not our new phone screener. No, for people who are asking. No, we'll introduce you to Kat on Monday. So anywho, I've got $1,000 here for you. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Can Duji be the first to try the labia roller coaster, somebody asked.
If she wants to. I mean, we're going to be the first to try it.
Yeah, she won't want to.
I bet you she would try it. After it's perfected and we're ready to release it to the public.
She'll hate that too.
She will hate it, but she'll try it.
She'll hate that
and she'll
too.
go, And we'll say, what? I don't know. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just tell her Malort's in it and she'll be fine.
Yeah, she will actually. She'll know that. I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that. All right.
Like a sibling.
Good. That's kind of what it is.
Listening to you, too. It's like siblings.
Yes, I know.
Because you know just what to say to piss her off, too, and get her going.
Actually, I don't.
Oh, yeah. You could see. She got sweaty. She was getting nervous.
I don't know what buttons are
Too much
push.
questioning.
I'm not trying to push buttons. I'm trying to have a good time. You want more Brian? That's a rhetorical question.
I will always answer in the affirmative.
You might know this, too. This is a deep dive, but it's well within our wheelhouse.
Dying world of radiation, victim of man's frustration, electric funeral fire.
I don't
You know the song. You know Electric Funeral.
Do I?
The name of the song is right there in it. Yeah. I think it's on Paranoid. It's Black Sabbath.
Oh, okay. All right.
Isn't Electric Funeral on Paranoid? I think it is. Isn't it amazing that all of the guys from Black Sabbath are alive still? That's crazy to
And
me.
all can still, I mean, Ozzy's having a rough go, but the
But they
rest
can
of them are
do
still
it.
all playing.
He's like, I want to do one more. You know, they did the Black Sabbath farewell tour 10 years ago. I want to do one more go-round, and they'll pack the house.
I saw something.
No, go ahead. What?
I saw something the other day. Tony Iommi was playing. He looks, I mean, he's old, but he still can play.
And he's
really
got
well.
something too, right?
Yeah.
He's got like cancer.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they're all mildly infirmed, but they're all alive. I mean, those guys really put their bodies through some hell.
Dying world of radiation, victim of man's frustration, electric funeral fire. Electric funeral fire.
Yeah, it's mostly music, but he did
Yeah,
it.
I don't even, it's so
He
funny.
did it.
I just
Electric
wonder if that's
Funeral.
one that I just never spent a whole lot of time with. Like, I know the song, but I don't know that I would have been able to say that lyric was in there.
Yeah. Pantera covered it. A lot of other bands have done it.
Is Pantera's?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they did a lot with it, you know, because why would you? You're not going to do a disco version of Black Sabbath.
Was Snowblind on that too?
I think that it was.
Yeah, because Taint Smasher did that for our Christmas special this year.
Right.
His band came
His
in. It
band.
was he did such a good job with that song.
I clicked on, I mentioned it here, I clicked on that morning and didn't know what the hell I was listening to. And then context clues, I figured out what it was. And I was like, oh my God, is this good?
Yeah.
This is so good.
Did such a good version of Snowblind, man.
Yeah.
I love that song anyway, but yeah, they were great.
You know, Rob, it's a song about cocaine.
Is it? This whole time I thought it was about snow.
It's on volume 4, not Paranoid, by the way.
Okay.
It is, and not to be confused with Snowblind by Styx. That would be
much different.
A completely different song.
Such a pop.
You know, people at the time were like, I don't know about this band singing about weather. Between Sweet Leaf and Snowblind, you pretty much get the cut of their jib early on.
Such a good drummer, man.
Well, listen, at the risk of two old guys talking about 70s and 80s music, I'm going to take a break. And we'll return. I'll have those Cold tickets for you later on. Scooter Ward and Cold are back on the road, and so they're going to come to Cleveland first couple days of April to play for you. 35192. Text me for anything else there. You can watch live if you want. Go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
2 hours to midnight.
This week, brand new metal from Boiler Room, Paradise Slaves, and Pentagram. Local music from Megaton, Communion, and throwbacks from Chimera, Evergrey, and Sepultura.
Saturday Night Metal.
10 to midnight.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Monster Jam, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, February 14th through 16th.
When you have a problem with your home's heating system, you want it fixed fast and when it's convenient for you. Hi, this is Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5. So we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window, because convenience is comfortable.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Kinginley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right. 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month per 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. How can I help you? My schedule is crazy. I just want some me time. We could all use a sanctuary from stress. Why not turn your bedroom into the place to decompress with our selection of comfortable beds, pillows, decor, mood lighting, and so much more? Every time you step in there, it's nothing but me time. I mean, you time.
Sounds like a dream.
Here to make your me time dreams come true. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/sleep to create a comfy, blissful bedroom today.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best, Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's the new year. Good time for a new Ford?
Absolutely, Jeff. Select from over 500 new Fords and save.
You have an incredible example.
Through January 31st, lease a new 2024 Escape, all-wheel drive, fully equipped, only $575 a month. 36 months, only $575 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 36,000.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne.
The Home Depot's new supply house is built for one job, to deliver yours. No cart, all flatbed. And more than a store, our supply house comes to you. Get the whole job delivered as soon as next day from the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free? Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metro Flex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Furnace broke down at the Murphy place. Time to kick it into high gear.
So I'll just press this right here.
What just happened? I got supersonic speed.
Not a moment to waste.
I'm off to fix Murphy's heat and restore their comfort.
For supersonic furnace repair,
visit mitchellsmagic.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get ready for the big game and stock up on home team favorites like buy 5, save $5 deals at Meijer. Mix or match hundreds of items like assorted varieties of DiGiorno frozen pizza, 24 packs of Coca-Cola or Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable, and Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue or marinade sauce. Buy 5, save 5 this week at Meijer. That's the good life. A good deal better. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
Hey, it's Duji here. Time is of the essence with COVID-19. Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and if you have a high-risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. You can learn more at treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Feels new, fresh. I like it.
I love my presets.
Presets are the best.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
It's just like my car radio on my phone.
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
No two people learn the exact same way.
So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now open at the Cleveland Museum of Art, Picasso and Paper, a groundbreaking exhibition that explores the artist's lifelong experimentation with and on paper. Tickets will sell out. Reserve yours at cma.org.
At Mr. Hero, it's always been about the taste, a taste you just can't get anywhere else. With over 15 sandwiches and 8 sidekicks, Mr. Hero offers something for everyone. I crave a hero, don't you?
I crave a hero.
Hey, it's Charlie, and it's that time of the year, my crappy anti-Valentine celebration, sponsored by Circle K. Submit your crappy Valentine story now at WMMS.com. I'll pick the winner and read their story on Valentine's Day. One lucky winner will get a $200 Marble Room gift card, Circle K prizes, and the Barrel Grill from Twisted Tea. Submit your crappy Valentine story now at WMMS.com. And remember, chocolate is for amateurs. Pick up your Twisted Tea at your local Circle K and join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Traffic. From the Elk and Oak Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Construction closes Euclid Avenue eastbound between East 6th and East 9th Street. In Strongsville, Albion Road is closed over the turnpike until further notice for emergency repairs. An accident reported on North Moreland Road, north of Shaker Square. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Alan Cox is the worst drive time personality I've ever heard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guy sounded like he was trying to keep from passing out. I hope he's okay. Compliments like that make it move, though, for me. So I do appreciate it. Hey, your Cleveland Cavaliers are playing tonight, Rob, at the Romo Fijo. Right around the corner here. Against the Atlanta Hawks. Tonight, 7 o'clock is the tip. I guess they moved it. Is that what you said? It had been 7:30? Okay, well, tip-off tonight is at 7 o'clock. And 6:30 is when the pregame will begin. Tonight on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app, if you want to listen there. And the Cavs are in town for a few days. They're going to play the Mavs on Sunday, and then Tuesday they'll play the Boston Celtics before they go west to Detroit. Play the Pistons again. Bend those guys over one more time. And today and tomorrow, last 2 days, you use the promo code GARLAND for 20% off if you're going to do some shopping at CLE Clothing Company. Obviously, a wide array of things with the word Cleveland on it, or the land, or various permutations thereof. But don't sleep on the MMS merch. We've got a whole section there on their website. And we're always dropping new pieces as well.
Yeah, those new shirts are awesome.
They're
awesome. You saw both of them, right?
Yes. Yep, I have one of each. And so that's all there. So use Garland. However many times you want to use it month to month, you get 20% off. When Saturday starts, February, you will switch to Arcade. That will be your promo code for the month of February. Becky from Wayne County checked in again.
Oh, boy.
You know, I'm so leery when she calls now because I now have to listen to these to see if she's trolling us.
Hey, boys, it's Becky from Wayne County. I was calling to talk about my absolute hatred for Dave Matthews Band. I don't know how or when it started. I just cannot stand. I think every song sounds exactly the same. So how Rob feels about Jimmy Buffett is how I feel about Dave Matthews Band. And it's just terrible. I mean, that's how I feel every song sounds. So Hope you're having a good day. Bye.
Oh, thank you, Becky.
Was there any movie where the lead character hated Dave Matthews?
I don't think so.
Is there any, like,
no,
is she trolling us?
I think that might be a legitimate message from her, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Beer, beer, beer. Every
but
song
I instantly
sounds like
knew what
that
she was
to her.
talking about, too.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, ants marching. Got it. Cool.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Becky. I've got some sperm news here.
Sperm news.
Barely virginity in the United States is at an all-time high. And they're trying to figure out why that is. So, the Jesus Camp kids, that's why I think that these kinds of studies are always fundamentally flawed, because the Jesus Camp kids still consider butt stuff to be fair play. And, their thought being, I'm still a virgin because I haven't had anything in the normal spot. And this will keep me a virgin. And people can obviously have their own opinions on that and go round and round about that. But it seems to me, in the strictest sense, you are not a virgin. But the number of virgins in this country has hit an all-time high, a record number of men and women between 22 and 34 reported that they have never had sex. Now, a lot of these kinds of studies are contingent on people telling the truth. And so I always assume that sex studies are skewed because people will puff their chests up or whatever. Yeah, of course I've had a threesome. But I imagine that there's nothing to be gained by lying on a virginity survey. So a survey like this, I would take at face value. You're going to tell the truth. Now, this is not double digits, but it is the highest that it's been in a while. 22 to 34. Have you ever known an adult virgin? I knew one when I first came to Cleveland, and it blew my mind.
I'm sure I did, but I've never, I didn't ask. You know what I mean? There's just certain people you can tell by talking to them, they've probably never ran down that lane.
You're talking about a dude.
Just in general.
The person I knew was a girl, and I'm like, how is any adult woman a virgin?
No, I think that, I think that I've probably met plenty of people of both sexes that are in their 20s and 30s and have probably never had sex.
Now, see, the reason that these kinds of studies are done and the reason that they're putting them under a microscope is because now we all have to worry about incels. We all have to worry now about dudes that aren't getting laid and are spending all of their disposable income on firearms. So that is the, societies that try to repress sex. We're coming to the end of being able to make fun of other countries for this because we have essentially the American Taliban trying to run things in this country. And so it's something to keep your eyes on. Societies that repress sex are the ones where people get really pent up, and especially dudes. And declining birth rates and blah, blah, blah. Because their thought is, if you're not having sex by the time you're 34, your primary childbearing years are peeling away from you. So the virginity rates in the United States are up there.
I think there's other stuff at play, too, though, honestly. I mean, COVID, I believe, had a lot to do with teenage development. Right? Mm-hmm. I think that people living by themselves for 2 years didn't help with how to talk to the opposite sex.
Yep.
Right? I think that you have a million options to talk to people. So you can text, you can snap, you can whatever, you know what I mean? All these different ways of DMing people. And there's no personal communication. So I think that is what's dropping that stuff down a lot, too. Because, the whole meeting someone and courting them and getting into a relationship or whatever, that's not really there anymore. People are doing it way different. You want to get laid, you got to get Tinder. Which it's not how we grew up. It's a different, all you wanted to do, especially once you did it, was do it again.
Yeah.
So you were just always out doing stuff. And I just don't think kids are like that anymore.
Even though there's fewer, if you will, barriers to entry.
Yeah.
To the thing.
Yeah, I think there's so much other stuff
but
going
on
in their lives.
For guys, you get to a certain point, I just don't know why you just wouldn't buy some. Just pay someone. You get it out of the way, and then you go, okay.
Were you young first time?
Or work on your personality. I hate to break it to you. All these guys are like, chicks suck. They don't want to. You might suck, right? Women, by and large, are way more forgiving about us than we are of them.
Oh, without question.
Looks, personality, all of it. If you're a straight guy, you couldn't be in a better position to get laid.
My entire life.
Women will look past a lot.
I always outkicked my coverage. Always.
Work on your personality. They said falling birth rates in this country partially due to crackdowns on immigration. Sound familiar? Trying to repeal birthright citizenship. Those kinds of things make it even harder to get your population up. So there's all these ripple effects from a variety of things. I was a late bloomer. I didn't lose my virginity until I was 17. But the person that I knew when I first came to Cleveland, she was 40 and not unattractive. So I'm like, how did this happen? And she's like, it just never happened. Now, in the years since, maybe it's happened for her. I'd certainly hate to think that she was, a virgin in her early 50s. But I don't know.
I guess it all depends on what you want out of life, too. If she doesn't care.
Sex.
Yeah, whatever. Well, yeah, us. It's different. Not everybody feels that way.
Life isn't about sex. Life is about children and passion.
Yeah.
And spirit.
Yeah, life's about passion.
It's not about butthole pleasures.
It's not about butthole pleasures at all.
It's not about this rusty trombone and the dirty Sanchez.
Please stop.
And the Cincinnati bow tie.
That's enough. Party's over. Let the virgin get back to work.
It is not about butthole pleasures. Well, it is if you were one of those Jesus camp kids, because that's what you're doing to, quote unquote, maintain your virginity. Butthole pleasures. And what's the Cincinnati bow tie?
I'm afraid to look.
Well, let me look for you.
I know what a Cincinnati mud whistle is.
A Cincinnati bow tie is when...
Can you read it?
I really can't. It's
I'm gonna take a look.
It's if you were to use your woman's chest to if you were to insert yourself in between her endowment, right? This is doing it the other way so that it looks like she's wearing a cravat. It's called Cincinnati because they do everything backwards there.
Oh.
The Cincinnati bow tie. This was posted in 2005.
That's a good one.
We've been sleeping on that the whole time. So, congratulations to Cincinnati. Yeah, but the virginity rate in this country is going up.
But don't you think, like, you probably talked about it more when you were a kid, like with your friends and things like that, about trying to get laid than kids do now? I think I 100% think that way.
Probably. I don't ever remember. My friend group were not studs. My peer group, when I was younger, they were nerds. They were crazy smart. These were not guys that were concerned really about that stuff. And if they were, I don't think it would have gotten them that far. Like, I was the only one, like, hanging out with girls. And it wasn't like I was dating a lot in high school.
But once you start thinking about it, in a way, you almost obsess about it.
I mean,
our age.
I had been thinking about it since kindergarten. I loved girls my whole life, right? I wasn't the kid like hiding in the bushes, jumping out, trying to get a smooch, nothing like that. But I loved girls growing up, and so it just didn't happen.
Were you in your young teens when you first had sex?
17.
17?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that was a late bloomer. I mean, I knew people, I couldn't believe, especially when you have children. And, like when my older daughter was like 12, I go, oh my God, I had a friend who had sex when she was 12.
Yeah, me too.
I can't even fathom that, right? I know it happens. It's whatever. But for me, 17, just compared to the other people I knew, not my friend group, but just in general, like cool kids that were doing it, I was late. I was a late bloomer at 17.
And see, that right there, I think what you just said is probably part of why it is the way it is now. You said the cool ones, right? I bet you now, I don't even think people think of it that way anymore.
They must not. But you're right. I think there's a lot of things that, COVID didn't help at all.
No. That really screwed up development for a lot of people, man.
Not only that, but 4 years of like being afraid to touch other people.
Right.
So the physical and mental aspects of it, I assume. The state of Oklahoma wants to criminalize pornography. This is what I'm talking about when we talk about the American Taliban. You know, they sold you this bill of goods that they wanted to leave things to the states and blah, blah, blah. That's all nonsense. These Project 2025 folks, they're very upfront. We want a national abortion ban. We want to criminalize porn. That's what these people are into. You know, everybody's screaming about Trump and all these executive orders he's signing. He doesn't know what's in them. It's these Project 2025 people who are writing all of this. And then they just put it in a leather folder and he signs it. But it's fully aligned with what they're trying to do. People have been playing the long game for 40 years to get here. And so they go, hey, our guy is in there now. That's our predicate for rejecting wholesale the American democratic experiment. This is going to be, we're going to impose our will on everyone else. That's why they're always screaming about the gay agenda or trans rights. It's all projection. So now these states are like, yeah, we want to make porn illegal, or we want to make any birth control illegal. Not just hormonal, like they want to outlaw IUDs and, you know, anything that will prevent forced fertilization of an egg, whatever it is. And so, you know, some of these states are like, oh, well, you just get a VPN and you can get around, you know, if you're in a state that you can't get Pornhub or something like that. Again, every day I wake up in Ohio and I am amazed that Ohio has not done this. I'm amazed Ohio is not a state trying to do this. But it's going to be more and more of these states. Now, are these laws going to pass? I don't know. You know, a lot of these states have sympathetic legislatures there where the governor, but yes, it is now, you know. So a senator in Oklahoma introduced a bill to criminalize pornography and imprison people who make it. So theoretically, if that became law, if you made porn on OnlyFans or Pornhub or whatever, you could go to prison. That's what they're looking to do. So the people who decades ago were like, we need to get government out of our lives, that's in no way what they want to do. They want to put people in prison for pornography. And they've already got one of the age verification laws in place.
I mean, if there's a state where it has to happen, Alan.
Oklahoma?
Nobody really wants to watch people from Oklahoma have sex anyway.
What are the guys on the Thunder going to do in their free time? You know, they got to... They're during the All-Star break when they're kicking around OKC, but
they'll be the ones buying
fun.
Playboy. Now that it's back, they're going to have to get the actual physical copies again.
I guess so. I mean, we've got a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of Oklahoma. That is one of the states where you can't get onto Pornhub unless you've got the VPN. But again, that is not these VPNs is not the be-all, end-all, because the people who want to outlaw these things, they want to criminalize it. You know? They're like, it's for degenerates. It doesn't matter what you want. It matters what they want. So that's what we're looking at.
I mean, I do think that porn is a little bit too accessible for minors.
Well, that's a whole other conversation. I'm not talking. They want it out. This is not about kids. And by the way.
But that's what they try to disguise it as.
Well, yeah, but they don't care about kids at all in this country. So it's certainly not about that. They're talking about adults. Kids, yes, that's a very valid conversation to be having.
No, I was just talking about the ban. I was talking about the Pornhub ban.
Oh, the age verification thing. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing.
I don't think it is either.
I just think that how it's being executed is bad.
Right.
Right? So, I don't know. There has to be a happy medium in some of this.
Well, I hope they find it, you know. I mean, porn addiction is not something that's recognized as any kind of mental disorder. So it's mostly recognized as an excuse for things, but it is not recognized as a mental disorder. But you hear that pop up a lot. It ruins marriages, and it's addictive. It's like a drug. I mean, sure, you know, it hits pleasure centers in your brain, but that's nothing new. It's not like the people trying to outlaw it are scientists. Dusty Devers is the guy's actual name. Oklahoma Senator Dusty Devers. Hey, we need morality back in the... All right, well, good luck, people in Oklahoma. Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Boy, this didn't work last time either, did it?
Hello, Bill. Yeah.
Hi, Bill's not here.
I don't know who this is.
This is Rob.
Who?
Rob.
Did I talk to you last time?
You did, yeah.
When's Bill coming back?
It's very hard for me to say that he's not. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, when is he coming back?
No, he's not. He's no longer on the show.
I don't understand. What show?
This show.
I'm just calling to talk to Bill.
He's not here. I'm sorry.
I heard you talking earlier about girls that were big in the thighs.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe I would check in on that subject.
Okay. I'd love to hear more.
Well, I'm a girl that's big in the thighs.
How big?
Pretty big. I have a 46 waist.
Okay.
How'd that do it for you?
Does that translate to your thighs? That sort of just works your way down the leg?
Well, how about this? I'll give you my measurements.
Okay.
I am 14, 62, 30.
So you got a lot going on there in the middle section, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of guys like it.
62, huh?
I'm one of those people that makes content online.
Oh, are you on
Yeah,
you on
see,
OnlyFans or?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. What's the other one? Fansly maybe?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
I'm on something called Plopster.
Okay. Plopster.
Have you been on Plopster?
I haven't. I'll have to download that. Sounds pretty nice.
Every like is called a plop. I take tips. I do mukbang videos on there. And they're pretty good.
So do you do those
When's
on?
Bill coming back?
I'm so sorry. I really wish I could tell you he was coming back, but he's not.
All right. I guess I'll talk to you then.
Okay.
But I've never seen you before. I don't know what you look like.
Kind of hard to describe. You know Kevin Stefanski?
I do know who that is.
If he was fat, that's what I look like.
He's already fat.
No, fatter.
Oh, fatter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Put like an extra 25, 30 pounds on the guy, and that's what I'm told I look like.
Is he on Plopster?
I believe he may be.
All right.
We'd have to. I'll check with him.
All right. Well, go find me on Plopster, okay?
I promise I will. I'm downloading it as we speak.
Drop me a tip.
I sure will.
What's your name?
Rob.
Bob?
Rob.
Rob?
Rob. With an R. Yeah.
Can I call you Robbie?
You can call me whatever you'd like. You can call me anything, anytime.
All right. I miss Bill.
I do too.
I don't mean to be insulting, but...
Not at all. You're not. I just said I miss him as well. I really do.
All right.
Oh, don't. I'm so sorry.
No, I was making balloon animals. Some of the air was coming out.
Okay. Perfect.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye.
Very calming music. I like that. I feel like I should be getting a rub down and having lavender oils.
It's a good idea.
Rubbed on my temples.
We go do that instead of going to the game.
I thought you guys were going to the game last night. No. We actually we did so many shots that we ended up getting massages downtown and rubbing lavender in my temples. That's what you call it. Hey, want to go see the band Cold? Remember these guys? They are celebrating 25 years of one of their biggest albums and celebrating 20 years of one of their other biggest albums. So these guys are going back out on the road. They're going to play the House of Blues on April the 3rd, and I will have a couple of tickets here for you. And then 5:30 is the last chance today for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Coming to Fox, iHeartRadio stations across America, and the new and improved
and Clark Avenue. A structure fire reported on Sarasota Drive near State Road in Parma. In Lorain County, a wreck tying up traffic along Route 10 West after 480 and the Turnpike Toll Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
The new iHeart app.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it.
Love my radio, love my presets.
Thank you.
This is really easy to use.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and set your first preset. Plus, discover the new live radio dial, scan, lyrics, podcasts, playlists, and your favorite artists' radio.
Open the app and everything's right there. I love it.
The new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Go get it!
iHeartRadio. Stop you! Wow! Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Cold. Scooter Ward and the rest of the band there in Cold are going back out on the road. These guys pop up every so often. Sometimes they'll do some festivals. They did Incarceration. Scooter Ward looks like he's gone through it, boy. But he's still out there front and center. They are celebrating 25 years of their album 13 Ways to Bleed on stage. A lot of good songs on that. And 20 years of their album A Different Kind of Pain. They will play both in its entirety. And they've got September Morning and University Drive as their opening bands. It's all going to go down Thursday, April the 3rd at the Cambridge Room. Around the corner here at the House of Blues. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for the information. This pair of tickets for you. 2 for Cold in April. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight 'cause I'm bored. Just another slimy bore.
Cavs at home tonight, play the Atlanta Hawks. That game about 90 minutes away. Pre-game about an hour away. 6:30 is when that'll get going here on MMS. And on the iHeartRadio app, you can listen there as well. 7 o'clock is the tip-off at the Romo Fijo against the Atlanta Hawks. Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks. Former Cavalier Larry Nance Jr. on that team now, too. I don't know if he sees any time on the floor, but he is part of that roster. And the Cavs are coming off that big win in Miami against the Heat. They have only won in Miami 4 times in the last 15 years. So on that count, a pretty momentous occasion for the Cavs. So tonight, 7 o'clock, we'll be over there. Maybe we'll run into you. Say hi. You don't really hear about that Luigi Mangione anymore, do you?
That was a quick one.
Where is he now? They have him spirited away just in a cell waiting for
trial, I'd imagine, just right? Just sitting in some form of penitentiary somewhere.
Yeah. Well, United Healthcare is being sued again, along with Walgreens. This Luigi Mangione. That's his name, right? Luigi Mangione?
Yep.
I don't know why I can't ever conjure his name. Luigi Mangione, who very briefly kind of became a folk hero because in broad daylight he murdered the CEO of United Healthcare. And United Healthcare has a new CEO, obviously. How'd you like to be this guy?
I know.
He gets right out there and he's like, oh, we need to do better. Got this guy walking around in a Kevlar 3-piece suit. United Healthcare is being sued again, along with Walgreens, by the family of a 22-year-old Wisconsin man who died after his inhaler went from $66 a month to $539 a month on the backs of United Healthcare. He had health insurance. He's had asthma since he was a baby. And so he's using these inhalers every day. A 22-year-old dude, Cole Schmidtnecht, who had gone in to get his inhaler, and he was informed that not only had the cost gone up exponentially, but that it was no longer covered by United Healthcare, which was his insurance company. And so it was now going to cost him $539 out of pocket. And
a month?
Yeah, a month.
Oh, my
And
God.
so the parents filed a lawsuit after his death saying that he wasn't notified about any of this. And so he was left to use, he couldn't afford that. And so he was left to use like old emergency inhalers or something like that. He was hoping that he would get by without filling his prescription, but it was only a few days later. He had a severe asthma attack. Parents drive him to the ER. He goes into cardiac arrest and he dies. And so they've filed suit against United Healthcare and Walgreens and anybody else involved in this. And there are probably other people, obviously, in this situation. And I'm sure that there are other facts in this case. But big picture, this is the kind of thing that gets people's hackles up. And that's an understatement for his inhaler. Imagine you go up there and he goes, it's $66. Nope, it's $539 now.
Can you check that again?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah. So that's pretty wild.
It's criminal's what it is.
Yeah. Speaking of, there is, if you're into true crime, there is now a documentary. We've reached the singularity here. There is a true crime documentary about true crime documentaries.
Okay.
So maybe you haven't seen enough of those. I forget what it's called, but it is on. I was clicking around.
It's not called True Crime Documentary?
No.
That would be something.
What is that called? I like that. I don't know what it's called, but you could probably figure it out. The Rise of True Crime Documentaries. Now, wait, there it is. True crime is killing documentary filmmaking. And now there's a true crime documentary about that. It's called the Zodiac Killer Project. So look for that. This is the time of year where all of these films you hear about are currently going through film festivals, and then they're sent to streaming or they're in theaters for a brief period of time or whatever. But you see a lot of information on movies that are coming. You can't see them yet, but this will probably be something that gets picked up by Hulu or something like that. People are fascinated by true crime. There must be something elemental in our brains. I know for a lot of women, most of the people who are into true crime are female viewers and listeners. And my thought has always been, they're just taking notes for if something comes their way along these lines, they'll know how to prepare. Conversely, there's been situations where because women were watching a lot of true crime, that's how they learned to kill their husbands with antifreeze or whatever, But there's no short, and I'm no different, Forensic Files, I'll fall asleep to it. Love Forensic Files. Can't get enough. That show's been on so goddamn long, and I've seen so many episodes, I can't believe I haven't seen one twice. I've never seen one twice. How can that be?
Well, they churned 1 million of them out.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But you'd think, after all this time, and it's on all the time, you'd think that I would have stumbled across the same one twice.
I was hooked on the first 48 for a long time. I loved that show.
Never saw it.
Oh, it's good, man. On A&E, it talks about how, your chance of solving a crime outside of the first 48 hours drops exponentially.
Oh, right.
So it's basically that, and you just see, these detectives just chasing stuff down, following leads. It's a good show.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it in years. I don't even know if it's still on, but it was fantastic.
Somebody suggests, make sure that you ask your pharmacist, could you check that again? And they'll go, yep, still $500. They're probably not going to have any kind of, they're not really your point of contact for all that, right? They're just synthesizing the information that your insurance company gives them. The documentary, Alan, is called True Too true, too crime. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I'll look for that. Too true, too crime. That's tough to say. Here's money for you. It's $1,000. This is the last keyword that you'll get today. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock hour with Rover. So listen to this, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, have you guys talked about the plane crash? No, we haven't. It's pretty fraught right now, that plane crash. It's all finger pointing right now. This is all you're going to get now, by the way, anytime something like this happens. Given the clown show of people that they're put in charge. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road for people that don't think that it matters who you put in charge of things. This plane crash, which is the deadliest in a long, long time. I think they said that it's the deadliest plane crash in 16 years.
Yeah, 2009 was the last
2009. There was a crash in D.C. in 1982. There used to be there was a low-cost carrier in the 70s called Air Florida, and they crashed into the 14th Street Bridge in D.C. A lot of people might be familiar. This is what put Howard Stern on the map back in the day. He was at D.C. 101, and he did a prank call asking how much a one-way ticket from the D.C. airport to the 14th Street Bridge was. And that got a lot of people upset, obviously, because he called like the day after. But that kind of thing is what began to put him on the map. But this is the first crash of its kind in many, many years. And the people that they have in charge are all on the hot seat now. You've got Pete Hegseth, the Fox News guy. He's the defense secretary. He made it in by the skin of his ass. J.D. Vance cast the tiebreaker vote there in the Senate, so that guy's in. Kristi Noem is the head of Homeland Security now. They all have a hand in this. Transportation secretary, that's the real world guy. That's Sean Duffy. He took over from Pete Buttigieg. And they asked him his thoughts on it.
I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that.
Yep, it is not standard to have aircraft collide. That's his thoughts.
Want to be clear.
So I think 64 people. This is a Black Hawk helicopter that crashed into a passenger flight. There were very prominent Russian ice skaters on board, I guess, but everybody involved died. They think that maybe the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter had night vision goggles on, because on a clear night, they've said that makes seeing things easier. But they didn't. There's, where is it? I've got some of the audio where the tower is telling the guy in the helicopter, you got to come back, you got to get away from this plane.
Pass 25, get the CRJ in flight. Pass 25, pass behind this CRJ. Did you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left end, 250, climb maintain 3000. Blackjack 3, can you return to base? Blackjack 3, proceed directly to Glebe. I need you to land.
I mean, it's hard to tell what they're saying, but Blackjack 3 was the helicopter. He's like, I need you to land. I need you to go around this thing. And then it was seconds later where these controllers are talking to each other, and they were like, there's a crash. We got to figure this out.
And it happened at 400 feet on approach.
Yes.
I mean, that's how many flights have you been on? I used to fly a lot for work. Just imagine. That's
on the approach.
You're already texting, man. This is the touchdown. Wheels down. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Like, that's, oh my
Yeah,
God.
what? They said one of the women on the plane texted her husband, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Or we'll be on the ground in 20 minutes.
Just, it's so sad. I mean, it's sad whenever anything like this happens, but, oh man. Yeah, they were from the Boston Skating Club up in Massachusetts.
The American Airlines flight coming in from Wichita, Kansas, collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter and went right into the Potomac near Reagan Airport there. The jet had 60 passengers and a crew of 4 There were 3 soldiers aboard the helicopter. 1 a.m. this morning, I think, right?
I woke up to it. I believe that it was somewhere in there.
At 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working, so it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough.
You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. It's really hard when you lose probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously, and I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
Mm-hmm. Alan, my girlfriend's brother is a pilot, and he landed there about 20 minutes before the crash happened, and he saw it happen in real time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild, too.
Well, they're saying a ton of people saw it, and that's going to be...
There's video of it from across the river there.
Just saying, how do you deal with that?
Yeah.
Right? Watch a plane crash.
So now we're at the finger pointing. That's what this administration is going to be doing for anything like this, is going to be pointing fingers at other people. Airline CEO blames the Army. Trump, unbelievably, is blaming Joe Biden and DEI initiatives. Throwing his back out on that stretch. He posted about something last night. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Not good, in all caps. So that was his thoughts. One of the great orators of our time, of course, Donald Trump. As Sean Duffy said, it is not standard to have aircraft collide. So anyway, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't think there's anybody running the FAA right now because Elon Musk got a bug up his ass and pressured the guy to resign. So I'm sure there's an interim person there, but who knows what's going to happen with that. But obviously the NTSB and all these normal organizations will get involved in that, provided they're still around. I don't know. Trump just fired the head of the TSA and the Coast Guard, and he's trying to gut, aviation safety. Nobody knows what's happening. And frankly, I can't imagine that they care. But the families of the people will. We got an email from our buddy Rat. He said, I bet you $10 that plane crash was on purpose.
Oh, boy.
I have a feeling, but they haven't said anything yet. But Rat has a feeling.
Oh, boy.
You imagine if he's right? Imagine if he knows something that we don't know?
Yeah, I can almost certainly guarantee that was not on purpose.
All right. It certainly didn't look like it, boy.
I will say I hope with all hope that it was quick and that they all died before it even hit the Potomac, right? Because you survive a plane crash to die in freezing cold water. I'm just praying instant. Because, it was a huge fireball, and hopefully nobody ever saw it coming, knew what happened, anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because, man, it's not bad enough to die that way, but to survive and, oh, man.
Fireball.
Too soon?
That's up to you. You got the buttons, baby.
Yeah, it sucks. It's, there hasn't been something like this in a long time. A crash like this with all those people. Because when I initially saw the story, I thought they meant it was like a twin-engine plane with a few people in it. I did not understand that it was like an airline flight that was on its descent and had collided with it. I thought it was like I don't know. That initial story, I must have completely misunderstood it because I thought it was like a couple of people in a Cessna.
Well, they made
hit a helicopter.
They made it sound like, because originally they were out there as a rescue mission, right? So when I read it, I was like, oh. And they said, some feared dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then all of them, right?
Yeah,
they're pulling people out of the river. And yeah, that's awful.
Hey, Rob. So I was listening to your take on, Paul McCartney, Jimmy Buffett. And, Jimmy Buffett, I could take him or leave him. He's got a couple good songs. But as far as Paul McCartney goes, you know, I know all the Beatles songs. You must not have heard half of them because some of them are just hot garbage when it comes to lyrics. I mean, stuff that just does not make sense.
Well, they did a lot of drugs. Since when do songs have to make sense, by the way?
I also wouldn't say
You're talking
that.
about obla di, obla da, like who cares?
Yeah, but again, telling a story of a family. Like, not, I wouldn't say hot garbage on, I mean, there's stuff that's better than others, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the stuff that mostly was crap was the stuff that Lennon and McCartney didn't write.
Who wrote it? Ringo?
Ringo had some crappy ones.
Yeah. He was on Kimmel. He's got a, Ringo has a new album out. It's his first #1 in 50 years. Think about that. And I don't know why. Who was clamoring for a new Ringo album? With respect, I mean.
It's just like Zamfir sold more records. There's probably...
Than
he's
Elvis and the
#1
Beatles combined.
Yeah, he's #1 at something. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's no good. Like, Octopus's Garden is crap.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need those. But those dudes didn't write this.
Right. Lennon and McCartney, I mean, I'm sure some diehard Beatles fan has figured out what was the least successful or popular Lennon-McCartney tracks. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of the Beatles like you do and like this other dude does, and like my mom does. But I mean, these guys were doing a lot of drugs too.
Yeah, happens.
Ringo was on Kimmel.
True or false? If you have any details, is it true you've never eaten pizza?
I've never had a pizza. Never had a pizza.
Wow.
You hear those people in the back go, what? Order curry.
It's crazy, you know.
Well, I'm allergic to several items.
On
and
the pizza.
Pizza, you don't know what they're putting in it half the time. Or the curry. So I'm pretty strict with myself because it makes me ill immediately.
Wow. I used to think you had the greatest life, and now I realize mine is better.
Oh, I've never had a pizza. Good.
Nobody would believe that I've never had a bite of pizza in all
Ringo's
my day.
84.
But he doesn't look it either. I mean,
well, he's still got all of his natural brown hair.
Well, yeah, maybe that's a stretch.
Lucky for him.
But those guys did age well. You know?
I think so. I mean, Lennon didn't.
No.
No.
He probably would have.
You think?
Uh-huh.
All right.
And I think George Harrison aged well until he didn't, because he looked fine and then he wasn't.
Well, McCartney, I mean, he's gone gray, right? I think he was coloring for a while. But Ringo, he is dark brown, boy.
That beard,
the
of his.
and
yeah.
and the hair and everything. 84 years old, Ringo Starr. Good. More money than he could ever spend.
That's the goal for everyone, isn't it?
Yes. F you money.
That's right.
Okay, I have got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can email at alancoxshow.com, watch live on our YouTube channel, and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, fellas.
So let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Alan. I was talking to my buddy Alex Nemeth, the Grand Poobah over at Northeast Factory Direct. He's telling me about how his dad needed one of those lift chairs, recovering from surgery. So he did what a lot of people do, go into one of those medical equipment stores, and you're blown away by how much things are going to cost you. And so he thought, I could do this. So now there's the Northeast Factory Direct Wellness Collection. Those lift chairs in stock, starting at only $599, not $5,000. Amazing adjustable bed frames, even hot tubs and saunas. Wellness is a broad spectrum. Check it out at any one of their locations or get online to northeastfactorydirect.com.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best, Rich Claiborne of Claiborne Lincoln. Rich, it's the new year and a perfect time for that new Lincoln.
That's right, Jeff. Check out the attractive offers on over 200 new Lincolns in stock.
Example?
Through January 31st, lease a 2024 Lincoln Corsair Hybrid. Only $755 a month, 36 months, only $755 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 36,000.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne Lincoln.
Hey, it's Duji here, and my daughter and I both have busy schedules, so eating Chipotle every week is convenient, healthy, and it tastes so good. Well, it's a new year. We're still very busy, and now Chipotle is offering lifestyle bowls, which is an even better fit for reaching our goals. Both of us have been trying to eat a little bit more protein, which means their high-protein bowl is the perfect fit for both of us. We know the importance of eating high-protein foods, so this is our go-to lifestyle bowl. Chipotle Lifestyle Bowls, available only in the Chipotle app or chipotle.com.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Ken Ginley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right, 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ginley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online, KenGinleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ginley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
In theaters February 14th. This film is not yet rated.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let me introduce y'all to my canes. We got chicken fingers. They hit the spot, baby. Fries are golden crispy, Texas toast crunchy, and they cane sauce creamy rich. One love.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know, we do a metal show here on the Buzzard on Saturday nights. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight because we start around 10 p.m. And this Saturday night, no different. I don't think that there's a Cavaliers game to preempt us. There isn't, in fact. And so 10 o'clock sharp, it's going to be 2 hours of nothing but heavy metal. 2 hours to midnight. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, the three of us get in here and start to mess some things up. Brand new music from Boiler Room this weekend. Throwback from Sepultura. Play some local metal, band called Megaton Communion. I like that name. We'll play some Molder and Pentagram and Evergrey and Ozzy and all kinds of stuff. You can always submit a request if you want to hear something. Just make sure it's heavy. 2htm@wmms.com. Speaking of my compatriot in metal, Corey Roddick, he was quick to point out, we were talking about, I played that clip of Ringo on Kimmel last night before the break. He's like, I've never had pizza. And because he's allergic to everything that's on it. And Corey Roddick, wouldn't you know it, he knew immediately in the back of his mind that Ringo was a liar because, Corey Roddick is a huge Monkees fan. And it was many, many years ago that Ringo did a Pizza Hut ad with the Monkees. Now, is he actually eating pizza in this, or is he just doing it for the commercial?
He holds it up to his mouth and he turns it. It's about the eating it backwards one with the stuffed crust.
Oh.
But he never actually takes the bite.
I'd do it in a second. The fans will dig it. They've waited long enough. I've just got to get the other lads to agree. I think I can convince them. I'll say, lads, the time has come to eat our pizza. Crust first.
Stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut with cheese baked into a new, thinner crust. You'll want to eat it crust first. Now with free garlic dipping sauce.
Good idea, Ringo. Yeah. Not the lads I had in mind.
Large to
That's when the three of those guys are still alive. Mickey Dolen's the only one left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Peter Tork's dead. Davy Jones dead. And Michael Nesmith is dead. Okay, so he didn't actually take a bite, but they still had to go to him.
Right here you see he goes and he like,
I'm going to hold it up, but I'm not going to take a bite.
Yeah, he had to tell him. All right, now the whole conceit of this is that we lead everybody to believe that you're talking about a Beatles reunion. But then you crush everyone's dreams by bringing in the Monkees.
Those aren't the lads I was thinking of.
What happened to Strawberry Alarm Clock? Incense and peppermints. They should have thrown him the other three guys from Led Zeppelin. Guy, you want to eat it crust first. Just like you did with that mud shark back in the day. Crust, you gave it to that girl crust first. Mmm.
Oh, so good.
Do this, Ringo. With a little raw bottom. Fool in the Rain. That purdy shuffle in there. And it is purdy. Good night, nurse.
Did you ever listen to the Whole Lot of Love one?
The raw Whole Lot of Love?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have.
It's so great. You know how when he goes to like he just starts playing all the other stuff, he's got percussion going on?
Yeah.
You can hear him actually start yelling in the background because he's so like beat up from doing it. Like he's like, ah!
Okay.
And once you hear it in that dry track, you can hear it every single time you hear the song. This is so good. Here's drums rattling. Snare.
The snare's moving around.
This is the groove, man.
Where's he?
He's coming. lot of ghosties going in there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what all those halftime shuffles are. It's mostly ghost notes. But that's pretty good.
Someday, dig in on that when he goes into the percussion parts and listen, and you hear him once he starts to yell. Every time you hear that song fully produced, you'll hear it. It's plain as day. It's in there, and you just never would have noticed it before.
All right.
Notorious for his squeaky pedal as well. You can always hear his pedal squeaking.
Yeah, he sure did have a squeaky pedal. He'd grease those up. I wonder who John Bonham's drum tech was. I don't know anything about that. But that would have been, you think that guy would be more famous?
His job?
Well, because a lot of bands, you know, when a drummer leaves or something happens, sometimes they'll move the drum tech in there. I think that's what happened with Stained, for instance. Their drummer has since passed away. John Wysocki died a while ago, but he left the band way before that. He didn't like the direction that Stained was moving, and so he left. I think they just moved. I think his drum tech ended up having a longer tenure in the band than he did.
Oh, for sure.
And that's,
much longer.
Yeah. That would be weird. Yeah, I've been in the band longer than the guy who, started it or.
Jeff Ochiltree.
That's the drummer for Stained now?
No, it was his tech.
Bonham's tech.
Yep.
John Ochiltree?
Jeff, Ocheltree.
Ah. Jeff Ochiltree. All right.
There he is.
I was John Bonham's drum tech.
My job was to clean up the bath when he was done playing drums.
Vomiting.
He would bath from the side after he drank all of his Jack Daniels.
What a life. What a life.
Until it wasn't.
Back
Again,
in the day.
See? Just like, ugh.
I know, but back in the day, those were guys, they knew they weren't long for this earth. It's one thing if you find out that you're sick or you got something. If you, drink and vomit yourself to,
The rest of the guys are still living. They were doing the same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's true. Well, they were working on their, Jimmy Page was working on his magics, all of his Aleister Crowley texts.
Yeah.
All that nonsense. Oh, this will keep me, my various spells will keep me safe.
Well, whatever spells he did, it worked, man, because he's still pulling in 28-year-old chicks, so it's not going too bad for him.
Jimmy Page. Yeah, he's got
She's
that.
She's not that young, but.
No, but he's been with her for a while.
Yeah, she's young.
He's 81, and she's 35.
Yeah, so I wasn't too far off.
Scarlett's a bet. They've been together 15 years. How do you like that?
I mean, yeah, because again, why wouldn't you be together for 15 years? You're like.
Sorry, 11 years. Yeah.
Jimmy Page, it's gross. This is disgusting. It's an old man, but it's freaking Jimmy Page.
It's disgusting.
Hold on. I'm in this for the long haul. This is my guy.
There are beautiful women into older guys.
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes it's a dad thing. Sometimes it's not. You'll hear a lot of guys be like, she's an old soul. And that's code for I'm rationalizing it in my head. But you don't have to be an old soul. You can just be interesting and cool. And obviously, Jimmy Page is very wealthy. She's an artist.
Uh-huh.
So she has an open artist's mind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just theorizing here. She's not a classic beauty. She has an interesting look to her, just like Jimmy Page does.
She's 35, Alan.
She's 35. He's 81. There's simply no way to know what that age difference is.
A lot.
She's Iranian. They've been together for 11 years. When he was 70 and she was 24. Imagine being 24 years old and looking at a 70-year-old man and saying, okay.
That's the guy for me.
On the one hand, he is 70. On the other hand, he's Jimmy Page. And he's got a lot of money. And I'm sure it's not your primary motivation. But at some point, after 11 years, you go, this is probably it. And when he goes, I will be the beneficiary of all that stuff. It might be morbid and gross to think about, but that's what it'll be. She will have his money. They lived together in West London. And she was an artist before she met him. How they crossed paths, right? And then he's probably doing albums with her. They're doing collabs. And what's the matter with that?
And Jimmy Page has 5 or 6 kids, too.
Does he?
Yeah. So there's going to be...
That would be the weird part. like when your kids are all much older than your girlfriend. Because if he's 50, or I'm sorry, if he's 81, his kids are like in their 60s, probably, you know. Here's your stepmom, you know.
The only one I can look up is Scarlett, and she was born in 71.
Wait, that's his partner. He doesn't have a daughter named Scarlett, does he?
He does. Scarlett Page.
Oh.
53 years old.
All right. 53. So it's like conceivably he has grandchildren older than his girlfriend.
That's a very good chance.
Yeah.
If he did it right.
Here's your step-grandmother. She's 35. How about that? You've got the same name as my daughter. That won't get weird at all.
That's not too awkward.
No, not at all. I'll never scream your name while we're having sex, I'll tell you that.
Some women are attracted to guys, older guys, says Alan. Let me make it easy.
Some are.
Let me make this nice and easy.
Yeah.
You have me.
Yeah.
Look exactly like Jimmy Page. My name is Rob Page. And you got Jimmy Page. She's like, hey, nice to meet you both. You both look identical. This is so cool. Never seen anything like this. So tell me about yourself. I was a radio guy for a long time. I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Well, how about this guy? I was the guitarist for Led Zeppelin, and I'm worth $90 billion.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that one.
All right. I'm just saying there's different, but the money part has nothing to do. That could be any age. Obviously, that part's attractive. I'm saying there are regular people who like older guys. There are some dudes who like older women.
Not like that, man.
Older women. Well, but there just aren't that many people that rich and famous to begin with. They cross paths, and the rest is history.
Like Anna Nicole Smith wasn't dumping him out to that old guy because she was yeah, I love this dude.
But he knew that, too. I mean, the guy looked like the Crypt Keeper. Everybody knew what that was about. But Jimmy Page and this girl, again, they've been together for over a decade now. It's a long time.
Once you get the first pop over with you, stick with it. It's Jimmy Page. I'd do that.
You'd bang Jimmy Page for a cut of the dough?
Why not? And plus, it's Jimmy Page. I mean, I'd be like, good look.
Yeah.
I was straight till I met him. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, I did mess up a lot of people are pointing out. I did say that she was 31 and they've been together for 15 years. That of course, not the case. She's 35. They've been together for 11 years. It would be really, really weird. Although, not against type for Jimmy Page.
No, I was going to say totally on brand.
Yes, to be with her since she was 15. It's not 1974 anymore, but, you know. That would also be strange to get to that part of your life when you're older, conceivably more buttoned down just because that's kind of a function of being older, but casting your mind back to the absolutely vile things you did when you were younger.
For sure.
To like teenage girls, right? The stories obviously are legendary with a band like Led Zeppelin. And that was back in a time where there were 14-year-old groupies. That's why all these old guys now people are trying to Me Too them, but I don't know that it's working out. Steven Tyler and Nugent is a special kind of scumbag. He was adopting girls legally so he could bang them.
Yeah, that was
Mr. Patriot.
These guys would always say things like, well, you know, we weren't IDing people.
Right.
That was always the answer back then, you know?
Right.
Well, she didn't show me an ID or anything. She looked like she was 18.
Oh, they all look like they were 18.
Yeah.
Hey, how could I know? Yeah, well, who knows? Meanwhile, I was 18 and couldn't get laid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, different strokes.
Literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Jimmy Page and his girl, and they're going to live happily ever after, and I think that it's great.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wonder a decade in, though, what the circumstances would be for her to go, I'm out. I'm done.
None.
I need somebody closer to my age.
Nothing. Absolutely not a thing.
Okay. Once you're in, you're saying.
Yeah. 100%.
Barb says you and Rob were talking about funerals. Years ago, we decided to be proactive so our kids didn't have to decide. And my husband said, I want a green burial, and I didn't know what the hell that was, so I Googled it. And they just can put you in a pine box and throw you in the ground. Listen, these are great emerging options for people, too. You know, melt you down, you turn you into a plant, whatever, make you compost so you can go back to the earth.
I think those pine box cemeteries are special cemeteries, though, right?
Potter's Field?
Yeah, I don't think they'll do them in normal cemeteries.
If we had not had a viewing, which has to be fast because you can't be embalmed, it would have been much cheaper. Not cheap, but cheaper. The stone has to be local, flat, and no bigger than 12 by 18. Local artisans make them. My husband passed in 2016, and he is in a green cemetery in Wilmot, Ohio, in Amish country. Every spring, we have to take a heavy-duty weed whacker to get to his grave. Not convenient, but he loved the outdoors, so it was very appropriate. I like that. Hey, turn me into a tree, or turn me into compost. Because, a lot of people will pay lip service to the notion that you return to the earth. But if you literally do that, trouble is there's a lot of laws surrounding that now. So conceivably they go, well, this is how we do it. We cremate you and then we put you in this and that and this and that. I think it'd be great if they just take your body and dismember you and plant your various parts in other places. Because that's going to decompose. You're going to go, cut out the middleman. Don't worry about the cremation or whatever it is. Just dismember me, and then maybe family members will want pieces. You can have them laminated. You can have them bronzed.
Think of all the stuff you could do with the bone.
Here's
after
my
all
dad's
those years.
foot.
Just like, here's a femur. Awesome.
Yeah.
Turn that into a baseball bat for the kids. Whittle it down.
Yeah, there you go.
His granddad's
Hey,
leg bone.
why don't you get your whittling knife and we're going to sit on the back porch and whittle some.
Doesn't smell good, but it works out well.
It's Pap's tibia. Yeah, I like it. It's fun to think about being dismembered. Anywho, we got to go. We got to get some shots. And then we got to go to that Cavalier's game and have some fun there.
I hate the way you say that.
Oh, Duji earlier. Yeah, she didn't like that at all. Didn't like it.
I love her.
Not a fan of mine. Or my words, at least. That's all right. Okay, we got to go. Where can people find you in the off hours on those social media platforms, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram, and now, what's the name of the thing?
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
I'm on Blue Sky now, too.
Blue Sky.
Alan Cox Show on all your social media platforms. And thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. We will return tomorrow for a Friday around 2 o'clock. Have the last round of tickets for all these shows, 9 Inch Nails and Cold and Jet, Incarceration. The program will be available for you in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app within the hour, so look for that. If you want to watch the program, you can do that. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. If you need stickers or anything, I just got sent out a whole new batch of Alan Cox Show stickers. So you can always email me for those, and I'm happy to send them out wherever you are. That's just Alan at AlanCoxShow.com. Leave messages if you listen to the show on the app, or you can use the After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. Cavs basketball is next. Go Cavs. They're taking on the Hawks at 7 o'clock tonight. Across the street, the Romo Fijo. 6:30 coming up is your pregame. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say.